All right. Hello, hello. Welcome, everyone. Hope everyone is having an awesome day. This is the official welcome to our tournament, the other tournament, a 32 player tournament for the OP01 One Piece TCG. If this is your first time here, welcome. My name is Casual Dobo. I run the other decks. And I'm super excited to announce that today we have a special guest helping us with our commentating for this tournament. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce Blackbeard TCG.
Hello. Thank you once again for having me. I'm super excited. Thank you so much for putting this together, my man. Today's going to be an amazing day.
For sure. No, I'm super excited. So, just to give everyone a bit of a rundown of what's going to be happening. This is going to be a 32-player tournament, so about 5 rounds. We're going to be commentating on each of these. Luckily, I do have my friend Q running the ship in the background, who will be running the tournament. So, absolute confidence that he'll be able to, run it well. But yeah. We're going to be starting at about 12:15 right now. Q is doing some talk ground rules sort of thing with the players, I'm just super excited about everything that's going to happen, because we do have a pretty decent to good lineup of leader decks that we're going to potentially be seeing in this tournament.
That's awesome. And is there any specific deck that you're excited to see? Maybe a deck that you're currently playing and testing yourself?
Yeah, for sure. So I gotta say, I've been playing a lot of Luffy recently.
Nice.
So a lot of it is, I'm very curious to see how people have been building it, and also what strategies they're going to be using for the tournament. I will say, and not to give too much of a potential disadvantage to anyone who might be watching, and who was also playing, but there is a good amount of variety in this tournament, right? And I think a lot of it is going to sort of reflect potentially what you'll see in the Treasure Cup, right? So right now I'm looking at the list just very briefly. There's a good handful of Law, Kaido, Dofi, Zoro, but there's also there's a couple of surprises in here as well, so I'm excited to see how that will kind of shake out and really shape this semi-casual tournament meta.
Yeah, I'm super excited. As you said, right? The diversity is something that's absolutely huge. I know, obviously, with OP02, first people thought it was going to be stagnant, but even that's been developing. OP01 has a bunch of decks that can be played. And like you said, in terms of Treasure Cup and in terms of using this tournament as kind of like a barometer, I really do think that we're going to see a wide variety of decks at Treasure Cup. So I think that this tournament is going to be a good opportunity for us to be able to see, okay, what is going to be the decks that are going to be on the top for Treasure Cup. For me, I kind of already have my own biased view on what going to be really good, and so I kind of want to see if it's going to be validated through this tournament or not, but regardless, I think that the fact that we have a wide spread, it's going to be fun to commentate, and I'm sure it's going to be fun to watch for everybody as well, right? Because nobody wants to just see the same decks mirror match over and over again, right? We want to see different decks, we want to see different spice, so I'm very glad we have that diversity.
For sure. No, I think it's going to be a great assortment of matchups, and I'm excited to see essentially what will come out on top. But yeah, so as we wait, I do want to, just do a quick impromptu interview with yourself, just for those who are not as familiar with, Blackbeard TCG. So I was wondering if you can tell me a little bit about yourself and also the channel that you're running here on YouTube.
Yeah, sure. Wow, put me on the spot, man. No, I'm just kidding. It's all good. Yeah, so just a little brief introduction about me. So my name is Ryan, aka Blackbeard TCG. And then, of course, in terms of my YouTube channel, you guys can find me at Blackbeard TCG. I'm covering everything for the One Piece card game, be it OP01, OP02, and very soon OP03. Do things on the casual side, as well as more so on the competitive metagame side as well. And then also talking about various things in terms of events that are going on, card leaks, and things of that nature. A little bit about myself and background. I've been playing card games since as long as I can remember. As with many people, starting off with collecting Pokemon cards, transitioning into Yu-Gi-Oh, which I took very seriously at one point, and then playing a bunch of online card games as well, right? Like Shadowverse, Hearthstone, things like that. And so card games have always been a part of my life, and so has anime and manga. And so One Piece being my favorite, once there was a One Piece card game, and card games being a part of my life my entire life, I was like, oh, it's a no-brainer. I have to go into this. And I'm very much the type of person where it's like, when I'm really interested in something, I want to share it with other people, and that's why I made my YouTube channel. So yeah, that's a little bit about me and the history.
For sure. No, that's awesome. And I really do, I resonate really well with that idea that this does feel like the perfect blend between anime and a card game, right? So previous to this, I was doing some Digimon, which I love the Digimon series as a whole. But I mean, I was interested in One Piece. I've been watching One Piece for a very long time, and so when the card game world and the anime world kind of came together, I thought that was really brilliant. And then I actually tried the game, and it was a lot of fun. And I think that's the most important aspect of any game is, are you enjoying it? Are you enjoying the mechanics of how it plays? And One Piece has just kind of caught my eye and my heart.
So now you put me on the spot, so I'm gonna put you on the spot real quick. What is your favorite season of Digimon?
Ooh, favorite. Oh my god, favorite season of Digimon. I'm gonna have to give it to, I have such nostalgia for season 1 and season 2, the original ones, just because they were both a very harmonious thing. Right. It was a sequel. However, I got to give it to Digimon Tamers. Season 3.
Fair enough.
Season 3 just, I think the story that they were telling, as well as the tone that they set for it, was just so drastically different, but in sort of like the best possible way. So I'm a huge Tamers fan.
Nice. I like it. I can't complain with that.
Yeah, for sure. And I did see that Q, our tournament organizer, is available. So if you're cool with it, I might bring him in.
Yeah, let's go.
All right, Q, hello. Q, can you hear us?
I believe he's muted.
Oh no, Q.
I don't know if that's intentional or not.
Hey, howdy everybody.
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
So, for those of you who don't know, Q, aka Q's Mod Shop, is our tournament organizer for this. He's been running pretty much everything behind the scenes for this tournament. So, first of all, I just want to give you a huge thank you, man, for all of the work that you've put into this. From organizing it to doing even morning tech support with everyone, just to make sure the camera setups were cool. Dude, I really appreciate it.
Hey, no problem. Honestly, I like having tournaments succeed. I like helping grow communities, and I do think we have something pretty special here community-wise, and so I'm just excited that we're putting on our first One Piece tournament ever. So I'm putting everything I can into it to make sure it's all good.
For sure. And so just to get a sense of it from you, so you just finished up the ground rules debrief with everyone. If you could just do a quick summary, what were some of the things that you were telling them?
So just giving them, the regular debrief, 35-minute rounds, 5 minutes over if we need it, stuff like that. We even have it organized to where we have table numbers, and so I'm using an external software called Challenge. The bracket actually will be available in chat as well, so everybody can also follow along. Just to, people like watching brackets play out, so figured it would be good for everybody to have alongside our participants.
Yeah, for sure. So awesome. And then, so you finished that debrief. When are rounds going to be starting?
Here in about a couple minutes.
Sweet. All right. So as everyone's getting set, Blackbeard, TCG, and I are also going to start getting set. So let me see. Did you post Q the bracket in tournament chat?
Nope, I was just about to.
Okay, perfect. Because I think it'd be cool if we could check that out real quick.
Yeah, let me get that.
Also, for everyone watching in the stream, let me know how the audio levels are. I know it's a weird balance between trying to get the music and audio levels, correct. So, if anything is unbalanced, let us know. And also, while we're waiting, just want to shout out everyone in chat right now. Opinionated Bystander, hello, welcome. Ouija Bug, hello. Monochrome. Many of you are participants as well. Guests are a bit low. I will try and fix that. Awesome. Also, hello Micah. Thank you for coming by, checking out the stream. We will be getting the tournament started in just a few minutes. So please stand by.
All right. I did just post the bracket and tournament chat. I told them very explicitly, please do not start until I give the okay.
For sure. And this is, I'm liking the tables and the matchup so far.
Right?
So,
isn't it cool?
that is pretty nice, actually.
My favorite. This is my favorite part. Is watching everybody slowly join the tables in the Discord. It just watching it all slowly get populated. I love it.
The most satisfying feeling. All the hard work coming to fruition.
No, I'm excited. And yeah, I think it's just like to just have a moment real quick. I think it's crazy that like, for a small channel like myself to be able to, host an event, bring on an amazing content creator like Blackbeard TCG, have someone as talented as Q like on my team to help support this. Like, this is just unreasonably cool. So
make me blush, man.
But no, I'm excited, and I think one of the things I mentioned in one of my older videos is that I do want to put on more events, right? I want to create more stuff just for the community, just kind of like low key. And I think this is a great first start to it. This is all saying it before round 1. Like by round 5, maybe we're like pulling our hair out, but who knows?
That is why I'm here to make sure that doesn't happen. It will be
a
fun time from round 1 to round 5.
For sure. Yeah.
You have my guarantee. It'll be a great time.
Oh my god, the Q guarantee?
You can't go wrong with it. It's guaranteed now.
Look at I almost said look at all those chickens. It's been a long setup process, but I think almost everybody has found their table.
All right, and then we're still starting at 12:15.
Yeah.
All right. So with that said, I think we should head over to.
Oh my god, we're gonna start on time.
Skirmish 1, and then get things started.
Sounds good.
All right.
All right. I'll see you guys after round 1.
All right. See you
Sounds
after
good,
round 1.
brother.
And then we move over to here, turn off video participants. All right. And then hopefully, if I've done my job correctly, this will look all right.
Oh man, right off the bat. Okay, we're gonna see some really cool decks.
Yeah, so if for those of you who can't see it right now, because my ratios are off, but we do have a Luffy deck versus a Kid deck. So very excited to see what this matchup is going to look like. I know this is one of the top sort of matchups people have been asking for in terms of, how do you play it, how do you build it, etc., etc.
I mean, you must be super excited to see your boy Luffy right off the bat, We were just talking about, it'll be interesting to see how people build it and all of those things. So now you get to be able to see it right here in the very first match. And take a look at that Luffy mat too. God damn, it's looking clean.
Yeah, for sure. Looks like one of the video cams just went down. So, oh, there we go. But yeah, no, I'm excited because, I think one of the problems that, me as a Luffy player experience is that ACOS Kid is a menace, and we do have a couple of outs for it. But if we run out of gas and we see that ACOS Kid late, could potentially be a problem.
Yeah, that is true. And then of course, obviously, Red having access to the outs, as you mentioned, Otama Jet Pistol is one of them. Obviously being able to utilize things like Nico Robin and Otama in order to get some of those smaller threats off the board early on. Red does have those tools, but like you said, if you don't see them, then Green can definitely become oppressive very quickly.
Yeah, because the green has a lot of stall mechanics, right? A lot of blockers, a lot of good searchers to find the pieces you need. And yeah, if it just gets into the late game, I think this quickly becomes, kid's game. But I think Luffy has a shot based on how, they play early on it. And ultimately, I think it does come down to what hands they're able to grab.
So, in your opinion, just based off your experiences and things like that, what are you ideally looking for in terms of like mulligan if you're going up against green? Is there anything specifically that you kind of want to see in your opening hand to give you a best chance of taking the match?
Yeah, for sure. So I do think that having some rush in my hand would be nice, just because, like I said, I think it's an early to mid game thing against green before they can get set up. But if I don't have any rush, having either a Nami or any other type of searcher, if they run, in 2 years to Saboti, would be something that I'm looking for. And then, yeah, it looks like they are about to start the dice roll, potentially. So we will see what happens. Also, I don't have my Discord up, so I don't know how things are being communicated in terms of when time starts. But looks like they're about to get the roll off now.
All right.
And unfortunately, I don't have my audio in on them, so I can't hear who's going first.
Well, whoever has one Dawn.
Yeah, we'll soon find out.
Yeah.
But now they're grabbing their starting hands now. Each player is going to see how they're feeling about it. And looks like Luffy is going to take and keep their hand.
Ooh, okay, that's really good. I also wonder as well, like if you do have that jet pistol in hand, how much you want to keep that, right? Because you know that you're gonna need that at some point of the game. If 8 cost kid does get dropped down, maybe he has that in his hand. He's like, you know what? Let me hang on to this.
For sure, I definitely think, especially if they're anticipating 8 cost kid. I mean, how can you not in a green deck, in a kid deck, right? Yeah.
Oh no, yeah, I was just gonna say it's also interesting because there's some people that also run a variant where they just focus on the 7 cost kid,
right.
And they actually play no copies of 8 cost kid. But in that case, obviously, it could still get popped by the Otama Jet Pistol regardless. But I'm super curious to see like how exactly our kid player here is gonna be piloting the deck. So it looks like Red is indeed going first.
Yeah, so Red is going first, and they do have that turn 1 Nami, looking for a potential piece that can help kind of either give a little bit of aggression or potentially solve the problem that is a cost kid. And looking at the top 5, they're going to select a Nico Robin, a very, in my opinion, underrated card in the red deck. Very solid.
Yeah, really, really good card, and especially having the benefit of going first, being able to play that early. Definitely don't want to play it into green when they already have an Okiku on board. So really nice to be able to get that. In terms of kid, being able to play the Jewelry Bonnie here, doing effectively the same thing as Luffy. Going to be able to look at the top 5 here, add 1 to hand. Picks Jewelry Bonnie, which you actually can do, unlike Nami, because obviously you have to rest 1 Dawn and able to be able to do that. And now Jewelry Bonnie is going to act as a pseudo blocker pretty much, because if not, green's going to continue to get free value.
Yeah, and with a second Bonnie in hand, I think the red player knows that this first one does need to go, otherwise things are going to snowball. So now they have 3 Dawn activated. Thinking about what to play, there could be a couple of options, but I think first and foremost, they're going to swing Luffy into the opponent. Looks like they're swinging into life.
Oh, wow. Okay, interesting. I did not see that coming. I would have definitely thought that I would go for the Jewelry Bonnie here, but maybe he just wants to be really aggressive, and then I guess the Nico Robin comes out.
Yeah, setting up the Nico Robin early I think is good, and a great way to kind of just, potentially get rid of any of the other problematic stuff. But that does make sense with the Luffy leader ability, does put in a Rested Dawn onto Nami to take out Jewelry Bonnie, which was a great play. Yeah,
really great play, because obviously Nami, she's done her job, right? She searched, she did what she's supposed to do. Now might as well just use her as an attacker. You have the ability to reuse your Rested Dawn, so being able to get that guaranteed hit out. But now comes out Cat Viper, being able to rest the Nico Robin. and then it gets KO'd by Kid. And then there's a second Jewelry Bonnie that was searched off from the Jewelry Bonnie. Pretty good tempo play right here for the Kid player.
For sure. And I think, you know, resting the Nico Robin and getting rid of it was the best move you can do in this situation. And so here we go now into what is the third turn for the Luffy player. Does have 5 active Dawn now. So there's a couple of different things you can play. If he does have the rush, Zoro could potentially do a little bit more aggro here while there's no blockers. Is going to swing leader into the Kid leader. And Kid is deciding whether or not to counter. This is just a 5k versus 5k, so a 1k counter could potentially deter this attack. And
yeah, I'm curious what the Kid player has in his hand. I probably would take the hit here, but I guess he really doesn't want to take damage. He decides to discard the X-Drake, I believe it is.
And then, oh, here comes a second Nico Robin. The red player definitely wants to make sure that they get this thing on board, and that makes a lot of sense for how low powered a lot of the green cards are.
Yeah, now going up to 6 Dawn for Kid. Things are going to be very scary starting next turn. We'll see if we're able to get that 8 cost Kid out, but with 6 Dawn, a lot of things that can be done here. Looks like he's going to be tapping 5 to bring out Trafalgar Law, Room Shambles, being able to replay the Cat Viper, rest, attach 1, and then swing into the Nico Robin. Very, very nice play.
Oh, but the red player does use 2 to play Red Hawk, which will not only give Nico Robin the power need to survive, but also I believe KO something with 4,000 or less.
Yep.
So does KO Jewelry Bonnie, which means that the Kid player does not get the value off of Jewelry Bonnie.
I absolutely love it. Like, I love Red Hawk so much. It's such a strong card. Its trigger is absolutely cracked. But then you guys just seen it there, being able to stay alive. Now going to be able to get value off that Nico Robin, but then also being able to pop that Jewelry Bonnie. So now no more free searches.
Yeah, for sure. And so now it's the red player's turn, and the red player does have a couple of options and kind of do the aggressive thing that red loves to do. So first and foremost, or still thinking it seems, but we're going to be attacking with leader, most likely into the opponent's leader, and Kid will take the life.
Yeah,
and no trigger.
That makes sense.
So now,
so let's see.
Yeah, it seems like Luffy is thinking, spreading out that Dawn, trying to figure it out. It'll be interesting to see if they use the Nico Robin effect first before, because they can only swing into life before playing any other characters. But I guess it'll all depend also what they have in hand.
Yeah, for sure. And this is the thing about the One Piece card game that I love. The first couple turns, they go relatively quickly. Everybody kind of knows what they want to do. But then once you start approaching to that 6, 8, 10 Dawn mark, game starts to go a little bit slowly because each player wants to make sure that they're making the right move. And they're also thinking turns ahead as well, right?
Yeah, for sure. Because the one thing that the red player is trying to be conscious of is that, you know, the Kid player does have a 6k blocker available. And so he does play the Rush Luffy for 5. Which is a really obviously great aggressive card to be playing in this situation. Looks like going to be using Luffy leader ability to attach 1 onto Nico Robin, and then swinging into leader. We're going to have to see, well, there's only 1 target for the ability, so Cat Viper is gone based on the when attacking ability. Kid does block as well.
So Kid block takes no damage here. Now it'll be interesting to see if Luffy player decides to just try to get rid of the law here, or just decides to go face. Yep, there it is. And then the 3k counter coming out to make sure not to get killed there, which is a really good play, I think, on the side of Kid. Definitely want to keep that alive, because if you can drop 8 cost Kid here, 8 cost Kid plus 5 cost blocker Trafalgar Law is absolutely annoying to have to deal with. Of course, only having 8 Dawn here, it won't be fully activated here because the card does need to be rested and have a Dawn attached. But it is one of those cards that you do kind of want to play on curve, and then the threat comes out on the following turn.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I do wonder if they do have 8 cost Kid if they play it here, mostly because I think there's 4 cards in hand. What if they have the Jet Pistol combo? Is probably what the Kid player is thinking.
Yeah, very, very true. And so instead, just going to attach 2 Dawn to the Trafalgar Law, making it 8k and going to swing at the Luffy. Good call. Definitely want to be able to take out that unblockable attacker.
Yeah, for sure. No, the unblockable attacker is a menace, and so that makes a lot of sense to try and take out that threat while it is still vulnerable.
Yeah, attaching one Dawn, so it is going to be 6k. I'm assuming going after the Nico Robin here.
Yep.
That is a good play there. So Nico Robin out there. Controlling the board pretty nicely. I'm assuming because he swung with the Trafalgar Law and took care of the Nico Robin. Probably going to see a Capone Gang Beige, maybe. Probably going to want to get another blocker on board just to make sure to keep that Law alive. Oh, brings out Basil Hawkins. Okay, I like this.
A very offensive threat, and so this is very interesting. I do think it was a smart play for the kid player to clear board because the red Luffy player was, I mean, it had a menacing setup. So now we'll see what Luffy's able to do with this. Does play the alternate art Nami. This man be flexing on the entire stream.
Didn't know we are gonna be flexing like that.
My God. Oh, that's interesting. So it seems like they used the ability to look at top 5 and actually grabbed nothing because the errata for Nami does say reveal up to 1. So you can do a 0 and then just bomb deck the rest. It must mean that they're looking. I mean, they must not have been happy with what was in there.
Yeah.
In my opinion, I always grab one, but maybe this is a strategy I don't know why you wouldn't grab one, to be honest.
yeah, because I'm just trying to think, like, unless he, but like, I'm trying to think, what else would he be playing in the build that he wouldn't be able to grab?
Right, it's either like, and if you're trying to bluff not grabbing one, right? I'm not sure why you would bluff that either. So logic says probably no targets.
So here I'm thinking as well, obviously Trafalgar Law, being a blocker, going to probably attack that. I'm assuming he has a bunch of 2k counters in hand, which is why he was fine attacking with it. But let's see what ends up happening here.
Yeah, so
I believe that's 3 Dawn attached, right?
Yeah, 3 Dawn attached. So this is an 8k Luffy swinging into most likely Trafalgar Law, but yep. And Trafalgar Law does go down.
So how much Dawn does he have left? He has a ton of Dawn. I think that's 6 Dawn left, right?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it looks like 6 Dawn according to my eyes, but then don't trust me, my eyesight is bad.
Now, obviously, he could still make a play to play something. Also attach Rested Dawn. We'll see if he decides to go for a little bit more rush here.
There's a lot of choices to be made just because, I mean, that Basil Hawkins is out. If, you know, the Luffy player kind of attacks with the wrong pieces, like, I mean, Basil Hawkins himself could just wipe his entire board. So we'll see what happens. Looks like front loading everything into Nami. We have just seen the buffest Nami in the world.
Okay.
For swinging. I'm not going to do the math, but she buff. Kid player does take a life off that.
Man, if you're Luffy right now, you're feeling really, really good. You haven't really had to invest too many resources thus far. You're still sitting at a ton of life, not even taking a single hit, getting Kid down to 2. It's not over yet by any means, but you got to be feeling pretty confident right now if you're Luffy.
For sure. And I do wonder if the Luffy player has something in hand that he is anticipating that will be used for the 8-cost Kid.
Yeah. And we just see the standard Basil Hawkins attack into Nami, restand. Very straightforward. Still has 9 Dawn to play with. Let's see what he decides to do here. Do we see the Kid, or are we just going to play it safe here?
We'll see. If the Kid player taps a bunch of Dawn, I think we know what's happening.
Yeah, exactly.
Feels like they're really tempted to do so.
Again, once you get to this point of the game, every single move matters. Not that the other moves don't matter, but it's super crucial because misusing your Dawn here could literally be life or death. So it's really good to just take your time, right? You have the time in the round, take your time, think about it. Looks like he's going to attach 1 to Captain Kid, make it 6k. And Luffy just very graciously takes a hit, has a nice life lead, has no problem adding a free card to hand.
For sure, absolutely. And, you know, if you're a red player, you know that, you know, sometimes replenishing your hand with that life is important.
There it is.
Oh,
the 8-cost Kid is out. So it's going to start becoming a threat next turn. For you guys at home, just in case if you guys don't know, I'm sure you guys have faced this multitude of times, but when it is rested, you have to attack him first and foremost. Does need to have a Dawn attached, but what makes him deadly, of course, is he can become a 9k beater, but he could also cheat out a character as well. So very versatile.
For sure. And so now it's the Luffy player's turn. Curious to see what they're going to be playing. They do have all of their Dawn unlocked, unleashed. Luffy is able to now utilize all of it. So, do we see an answer for the ACOS kid? Do we, see some aggro before the ACOS kid becomes active? Did space out 4 Dawn, and for those of you who know, 4 Dawn is a very crucial amount of Dawn.
Yeah.
I think it all depends on what they have available. If they have Otama, even if they have, Trafalgar Law, the promo, could be utilized that way as well. So he does attach 2 Dawn onto Luffy, making it a 7k attacker into leader, and the kid player does take the life, no trigger.
Ooh, okay, so things are starting to get a little bit dangerous here. Ooh. We see the promo. Not promo. The alternate art Zoro.
Rush, Zoro, right next to the alternate art Nami. What is this man doing?
He's flexing for real. He's flexing for real on stream.
But no, I mean, Rush Zoro is an absolutely awesome card. Obviously, a natural attacker, but does have Rush, and at 1 life, with no real blockers. I do wonder, is the Luffy player trying to go for game? I do believe, I can't tell number of cards in the kid player's hands, but I remember it is a decent amount, at least like 3 or 4 for sure. Debating what to do with that 1 Dawn.
I also wonder too if Luffy's running Diablo John, because in that way things can also get super dangerous later on. Obviously he's gonna have to deal with 8-cost kid next turn, so I do wonder if we're gonna see that come out in order to get through to get to him, because again, once 8-cost kid comes out with Dawn, he's not that scary by himself, but once it's him plus a blocker on the board, that's when it starts getting really dangerous. So instead we just see a ton of Dawn being attached here to the Zoro.
Yeah, including using the Luffy leader ability to attach 1 rested Dawn onto him. So that is going to be 4 + 5, 9k
Ooh.
attack, and that is the last life for Kid. Kid is now out of shields, but we'll see what happens next turn.
Yep. Again, the game is not over until the last hit is in. So until then, it's not 100% in the hands of the Luffy player, but 1 Dawn being attached to Basil Hawkins. Obviously, he's going to be looking to try to clear out that Zoro. There's still 2 Dawn open as well. So are we going to be able to see another Red Hawk potentially on defense if needed?
Ooh, takes
Zoro
the
does
hit.
die. Yeah, restand.
Yeah. Honestly, potentially good. That Zoro is, absorbing the hit as opposed to life, but honestly, it doesn't matter because Basil Hawkins allows you essentially to do both.
Yeah.
But curious to see what the kid player does next. Has separated out into 4 Dawn each just to see what is available.
Now I'm wondering if he wants to be aggressive here and attack with the kid and try to just get another life out, or if he just wants to cheat out another character here. I would really like to see him play a blocker this turn. I feel like he kind of has to.
Yeah, or even cheat out a blocker if able to.
Yeah.
I don't think that there's a Bayesian hand or a killer even. Otherwise, I feel like we would have seen. Maybe we wouldn't see it yet, just because if he is going to attack into life, doesn't want that to accidentally get deleted or KO'd.
Yeah, most definitely. Taking his time here and thinking. Now I don't remember how many cards are in Luffy's hand right now as well.
Yeah, I think if I had to guess just from that stack, maybe about 3 or 4. So there could potentially, and I don't remember seeing many 2k counters, leave
being played. Yeah. So we have a 6k attack here going into leader. Gonna try to get 2 1k counters out of hand, or at least 1 2k counter. So let's see if we're about to see one go to discard, or if Luffy decides to take the hit. Again, he's at 4 life. Decides to discard the Otama. Ooh. Which leads me to believe he probably has another one in hand, because that's a pretty valuable card to discard, and then just takes a hit from the Hawkins here.
Yeah, for sure. And the thing is, too, is like, the Luffy player is in a great position, because he just needs 1 hit to go through.
Yeah, and so he decides to attack, with the 8 cost kid. It goes through, so down to 2 life. Jewelry Bonnie here is going to activate. Does he get beige? There it is. Okay, we were talking about needing to get a blocker, and he was actually able to get it off the Jewelry Bonnie. That's absolutely huge. Again, I don't know if he's going to be playing the Diablo John, but even now, if he does, he still needs to get to that Captain Kid before you can hit the leader. So there's beige. I mean, that's best case scenario there, right? Like right there was perfect.
Absolutely, and he still does have 4 Dawn left. Yeah, so a Luffy player does need a guaranteed 2 hits essentially in order to, you know, get game. 1 to go through the, you know, kid, assuming Diablo John or some way to not get blocked, and then 1 for the actual leader itself. So it looks like kid does pass turn. Now we are in the refresh stage of the Luffy player. So yeah, very curious to see. Does have 10 Dawn. But does need to get rid of the kid. The kid is a problem right now.
And one thing that's interesting is 4 Dawn being left open now. Obviously, not sure what type of kid build he's running, but in terms of events that you might have to worry about, Punk Gibson, Paradise Waterfall, those are all threats. As we see Law come out.
Yep, Law does have the same ability as Otama, so does minus 2k. I'm not entirely sure what he minus, but I have to assume it is a cost kid.
Yeah. And so if that's the case, we'll probably be seeing the jet pistol here.
Yeah, if it is coming out, it does seem to have, what, 5 life right now? Well, should have 6 if Law is a 4 cost. So for 1, gonna play Diablo.
There's the Diablo jump. Okay.
Alright, so has to be on the leader Luffy, just because there are no other viable attackers except for Nami, and it'd be kind of wild if he swung with Altar Nami.
Yeah, and so this was the thing that we were talking about a little bit earlier, right? Again, you need to have the Diablo jump if you don't have the jet pistol, because everything will just be directed to the beige. Mm-hmm. So now he's going to be able to go directly for the Eustace Kid. Smart play lowering it by 2k, so it's now 6k, so Luffy will have an easier time swinging. But I'm really, really scared because I think we're going to see a Punk Gibson here. I really do think we're going to see a Punk Gibson here on defense, because why would the kid player just leave open 4 Dawn, right?
5. So yeah, 5 Dawn onto Luffy. That is 10k.
Yep.
We do see the Punk Gibson.
There it is.
Which suspends the Law.
And then I believe a 2k counter, a Scratch Manapoo. Yeah, really good defense. This is the problem. Now the game is going to get really hard for Luffy here. He needs to see a jet pistol, I think.
Yeah, well, we'll see what happens this turn, because it is now the kid player's turn. Luffy only has 2 life, but there's at least 3 and potentially 4 attacks based on if they use Kid's leader ability.
Yeah, for sure. As the game goes on, Kid gets more and more dangerous, and this is where he likes to thrive. Let's see what the Jewelry Bonnie is going to...
Looks like Bonnie grabbed a blocker beige, which now we're getting into Green's blockers.
Yeah. Restands after taking out the Law. Going to attach 1 to Eustace Kid.
Setting up the Dawn. 3, you'll notice is in that back row. Very important number for the leader kid ability.
Yeah. He's thinking about the double swinging. He's thinking here, can he go for lethal?
And honestly, with only, 5 cards in hand from Luffy, there's potentially a good chance Kid can go for it this turn.
Yeah, for sure, right? Because there's no more active Dawn, right? So there's no threat of Guard Point or Radical Beam or Red Hawk, right? So yeah. I think right now he's just trying to do the math to calculate what he can attack with. Basil Hawkins 7k, 9k so far on the character Eustace Kid as well, so...
Yeah, and if he is going to be swinging into life, I think swinging with Basil Hawkins first is going to be important, just because of a potential jet pistol in life.
Yep, agreed, 100%. So we see 2 Dawn here being tapped. Is he going to play Killer? Oh, Jewelry Bonnie wants another search, okay.
I wonder what he's looking for.
Yeah.
Could be another blocker. Oh,
Gibson. Okay, so he's playing it safe. Mm-hmm. He wants to play it safe. He wants the guaranteed win, not trying to just go all in just in case if he can't secure it this turn. Very smart.
Yeah. So probably going to leave up 2 Dawn just in case. But even still, with potential. Okay, so it does commit 2 Dawn onto the leader, so that means he does only have 3 attacks available this turn. And it looks like the Luffy player does counter that attack.
Yeah, Beppo and Ben Beckman getting discarded from hand here. And then successful Basil Hawkins hit, 8 cost kid swinging into life here, and now it's lethal range. So unfortunately for Luffy, he's gonna have to win this turn, or it's just game. And he knows that he's gonna have to deal. Okay, there's double blocker plus Punk Gibson. It's tough. It's tough.
Yeah, I think the only thing right now would be like essentially overloading a what's it called? Rush Luffy, or if he has Shanks in hand.
Yeah, that's true, but even then...
Oh, well, you still got to go through 8 cost
Go through Kid. Exactly. That's the thing, right?
Yeah.
Like, the turn where the Trafalgar Law came out, instead of the Diablo Jump, obviously he didn't have it, but I feel like he needed the Jet Pistol, right? I think that was the win con, and then not having the Jet Pistol there is just... You can't... Again, we talked about it. Once the blocker comes out with the 8 cost Kid, that's when the game gets so hard.
Yeah. I mean, I think the Luffy player is struggling a little bit just to try and see what outs there is. Because, yeah, they do have to win, but essentially they need 2 successful attacks. And the Kid player's hand is strong. It has a lot of cards in there.
Right? We only seen, like, what? Scratch Mana Poo be discarded as a 2K counter? Really? So, who knows? He probably still has easels, probably has more Scratch Mana Poos, other 2K counters in hand. So.
And we do know that he has the Punk Gibson, so that's a guaranteed plus 4K. So, whatever he does to Kid needs to be at least, what, 12,000
at
attack,
least.
Right? Which is a
wild
commitment.
Twice.
Yeah, like, even if you Shanks right now, with Luffy leader ability plus, and there it is. I think that's a scoop. So yeah, it did have Shanks, but it looks like maybe got Jet Pistol late.
Out of life, late.
Wow. GG's though to the Kid player. That was a pretty fantastic match. And one that shows, I think really 2 titans of the game, coming into play, right?
Most definitely, completely agree, and I really like to see the patience from players as well. Something that I definitely need to learn. I'm no perfect person when I play this game. Sometimes I see lethal, I smell blood, and I'm like, I want to get the kill, and then I end up losing the next turn. So I really like that Kid decided to play it slow, get another block on board, be able to get the Punk Gibson in order to guarantee the win.
Yeah, for sure. I do want to see if I can get a interview with that Kid player just to kind of talk over the match.
Sure.
Give me 1 second. And while I do this, Blackbeard, would you be able to entertain chat real quick?
Of course, without a doubt. I was about to say, let me talk to the people. I hope you guys are enjoying it so far. Everybody that's watching, how's your day going? Let us know in the chat right now. Where are you watching from? What time is it for you right now? Is it super late? Is it super early? Is it afternoon? For us, it's about almost 1 p.m. here. But that first match was a ton of fun. So, yeah, we were talking about the match a little bit earlier and what cards you wanted a mulligan for. We got Black Lotus, Magic the Gathering saying Rush Sanji and a blocker. Yeah, it was really interesting. The game was looking very, very well for the Luffy player. But then again, obviously, once 8 cost Kid comes out, that is when it becomes super dangerous. And then obviously, yeah, the Nami whiffing, that is true. Nami cannot pull Nami, right? That's the only card that she cannot pull. So who knows? Maybe he did see 2 Namis off that search and then had to send all those cards to the bottom of the deck.
While I wait for a response, would you be interested in checking out a second match? Well, it looks like
sure.
Some of them are wrapping up, so I am trying to look for which table does have things available.
Phoenix, Arizona at 10:44 a.m. Okay, so it's morning time. That's a good way to start the morning. Watch some One Piece. Nothing wrong with that.
All right, so it looks like we do have a late game match happening in Skirmish 4.
Okay, cool. Let's go ahead and check it out. Okay.
All right, so it looks like we do have a Zoro player versus a Kaido.
Nice, nice. And I'm a big fan of the Kaido player already because he is playing Babanuki. I actually made a video on this. I think that this card is absolutely broken in Kaido. Um, looks like he has 2 life left, and it looks like Zoro right now, I believe, would have none.
Looks
right?
like 0 right now. So Kaido does have Zoro on the ropes this match, and I think very similar to sort of the red player, Luffy player we saw, trying to see what kind of answers they might have for this. Looks like Kaido is pretty well set up, to be honest, with a blocker in Queen, and then rush Kaido out there, most likely doing some sort of destruction on there. So they do. The Zoro player does put 1 onto Zoro and attack with 6k, which if Queen decides to block, would KO it unless there's a counter attached. So curious to see what will happen.
Looks like he's going to take the life here, putting him down to 1.
Mm-hmm. Which honestly probably a pretty good move, because we don't know what kind of rush stuff the Zoro player has at this moment. Because some Zoro decks do run Shanks, and with only 1 Dawn committed, it's still a viable play here.
Yeah, and the scary thing too is, of course, obviously there's a Queen, but with 1 Dawn being open, Blast Breath is always something to worry about here. 1 cost, 4,000 counter, very, very strong.
Yeah, the thing is too is I think the red player does need to play some blockers, otherwise it'll be game next turn. So probably debating whether or not to aggress. But it does seem like Zoro did maybe actually I'm gonna stop talking and stop putting my foot in my mouth. I was like, aggress?
Yeah, well, I was also gonna say, like, I wonder if the Zoro player is all gas, no brakes, and just playing a bunch of offense. But I see there in his trash, the top card is 2020 Choppers, so there's probably a world where he's obviously playing 4 copies of it. He might have some more copies in hand, because I don't think he'll be able to go for lethal this turn, so maybe he'll just have to play defense. But maybe looking to go for it. Going to be attaching 2 Tanami to make it 4 with the leader ability. Now it's 5.
And then to answer chat, yes, that is African Candy playing the Kaido. So we're seeing what happens here. Kaido thinking about it. Kaido blocks.
Very, very nice. Easy block, because now, like, if you do play a rush character, it's like, okay, am I gonna swing into Queen so I don't have to deal with the blocker next turn? But then it's like, I definitely need to try to hit Kaido in his face to end the game. So I like the block here on the side of the Kaido player, just because like you're sitting pretty right now, right? Next turn, you're able to have a huge swing with your 9 cost Kaido. You still have Babanuki on board.
Yeah, there's a lot of things, and I mean the Zoro player does have a decent hand size, so there's probably a lot of counters. I wonder if they're trying to find a way to either knock out the Kaido or maybe potentially knock out the Queen, because Queen obviously a blocker, but if you're trying to go for game, right, can be an attacker with 6k power.
Really thinking it over here, separating the Dawn. Now I wonder, I haven't seen too many red lists playing like a lot of like event counters, like specifically for Zoro and OP01.
Right.
So I do wonder if he's going to do that. He decides to play the Rush Zoro, tapping 3 Dawn with 4 remaining here. So this Zoro is 6k power at the moment because of leader ability.
And attaching 3 Dawn onto him, so that is 6 plus, that's going to be 9k.
9, yep.
Leaving 1 Dawn up. I'm curious as to what's going to happen here.
Yeah.
So yeah, does swing with 9k into Kaido, or into the opponent. Not sure what the target is. It could either be Queen, could be Kaido leader. If I had to imagine, probably the Queen.
Yeah. Because at this point, with only 1 Dawn active, like, yeah, I think the Queen just dies here, which honestly, again, isn't the absolute worst, because there's only 1 Dawn active now. He passes, so No 2020 Chopper, no blocker on board. He has a ton of cards in hand, as you mentioned. So we'll see if he'll be able to play defense this turn. How many cards in hand is that? I think that's about 6 or 7. So looks like another queen is gonna come out. Queen is I could talk about this card all day. It is so good. Being able to just draw 2, discard 1, have a 6K body on board. That's a blocker.
It's very good value, and for those of you who come from Digimon space, it does have that same ability as Lady Devimon, the early Lady Devimon, draw 2, trash 1. So it looks like attaching 2 Dawn onto the leader Kaido, and I believe, yep, that is game.
Yeah. GG. Had the Shanks in hand, as you were talking about Zoro players running, but again, it was just too much defense, right? Having the Blast Breath in hand, also having the Queen on board, it would have been really difficult to play into that.
Yeah, and it looks like did have 2 Shanks in hand, which they were trying to debate, but I think at that stage it would have been a little too late, unfortunately. But GG's to that table as well.
Yeah, really fun match. So we're able to see a Zoro, a Kaido, a Kid, and a Luffy right off the bat. This tournament is already shaping up to be amazing.
Yeah, for sure. So, I was able to chat with the kid player. Looks like we're able to get an interview. So give me 1 second as I set that up.
Awesome. Sounds good. In the meantime, I will take a look at chat here. Q's like, let's go purple.
Also, Q, if you want to, feel free to hop in.
One Cent in a Million is watching us from Washington State.
Wow.
It's very early for him right now. It's 9. Well, at the time it was 9:45, so I'm assuming it's 9:53 for him right now. Who's hosting the online tournaments? It's the Other Decks, the channel that you're watching right now.
Hey, Q.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey. What are you thinking about this tournament so far? And how are the rounds going?
So we have 1 minute. We have one table currently in time. So they got the 5 minutes going for him there. Otherwise than that, this has been going fantastic. Been very smooth. Everybody's been very cordial.
Nice.
You know, I've been hopping in and out of every single table as they've been playing, and it's all been going pretty smooth so far.
Awesome. I am glad to hear that. And so, actually, just because I won't be able to get their video cam through to Google Meet, Ryan, are you cool with potentially just doing a group voice chat with them?
Yeah, sure. Over in the Discord?
I think so, yeah. I'll set up a DM between us.
Yeah, sure. And then I'll just mute myself here so that way you don't hear me twice.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, and that is the last table.
Sweet. So yeah, now we'll Q, I'd say give us about like well, first set up like what round 2 might look like, but probably gonna need about 5 or 10 minutes.
Cool. So it auto generates the rounds for me.
Really? That's kind of nice. That's kind of nice.
Oh yeah, no, this is great. So yeah, we'll have a couple minutes. I'll get out of your hair for that.
Cool.
I'll let the 5-minute timer tick down.
If only this would let me do my thing. Oh, that's because I'm misspelling his name.
Castleford in chat saying, hopefully we see some Odin. I do think Denjiro, 8-cost Kid, and a blocker is the dream board for green/Odin. Odin would be really fun to watch. I haven't played as much with Odin myself, so I don't know the ins and outs, but I think it'd be a really good opportunity to watch.
Yeah, I think an Odin deck would be really cool to see. I do hope we get to see it. Sorry, some technical difficulties in terms of trying to get a group DM going between the 3 of us, but maybe we'll just use Skirmish 1 as the meetup spot for this.
Yeah, sure.
Use Stream Mic for it.
Okay, actually, probably lobby maybe, and then I can pull them up
Either
in
of those
stream mic.
two.
And then yeah, Blackbeard, if you can also hop into the lobby
Yep.
channel. All right, hello. Can you hear me all right? Oops.
Congratulations on the win. How's it feeling?
Feels. It's early, so we gotta see what's up.
I hear that. I hear that. I respect that. You know, it's always good to get that first dub, but you don't want to get too cocky. You don't want to get too confident because there's many rounds ahead, right?
Yeah, that's very true.
Yeah, so we were watching the match, as you probably could tell, when we were in there, but did want to kind of talk over some of the things just because for a while, and this is, you know, no offense to you, but you were on the ropes a little bit.
Yeah, I had like no counters. I had like 2 Hawkins in here. I was like, oh, this is a dead card, and I had 7 drop kit as well.
Yeah, so talk us through some of the like emotions that you were going through as you were playing that turn, and especially towards the late game. What were you looking for? Because you did Jewelry Bonnie a ton during that.
So for that, I was looking for just any sort of blocker. I wasn't finding any until like the later searches. I was able to find all the stuff I needed. And that final instance, when I was going against him, whenever I had the kit out, I had no counters in hand, but I managed to find a blocker off the first Bonnie, and then I was like, since I don't have counters, I know I have 1 Punk Gibson left in the deck, and I already got my life, so I got to worry about it being my life. So I just went for the surge, found it, and I was like, okay, he should be able to survive.
For sure.
Yeah. I was just mentioning that, like, I really like the patience, and obviously, of course, being able to pick up that Capone Gang beige off the Jewelry Bonnie must have felt so good when you seen that. Would you be able to just talk to us about what do you think about the Kid versus Luffy matchup in general? Do you feel like it's like 50-50? Do you feel like it's something that you're pretty favorable in?
To be honest, I haven't playtested too much against the Luffy matchup, but just playing after that. I mean, my friend played it against me once, and he didn't see what he had to see, but at the same time, it does feel kind of scary, because they have access to Rush, they have access to, you know, the Jet Pistol or the Law Jet Pistol.
Yeah.
That alone just, like, is scary against this deck, because A-Drop does work.
Yeah.
He carries the deck.
For sure. No, and you know, we'll let you off the hook so you can, like, you know, prepare for your next round. But talk to me about, you know, in the tournament, what are you hoping to see more of, and what decks are you kind of afraid of moving forward?
So I want to go against blue.
Yeah.
I just want to see a lot of blue, because once you set up the A-Drop, they can't really do much about that.
Yeah, for sure. No, that makes a ton of sense. Well, anyway, thank you so much for, you know, taking a couple minutes to just talk over your match. Once again, congrats on the round 1 win, and looking forward to seeing, you know, more matches from you, hopefully.
I mean, appreciate it.
All right, have a good one.
You too.
All right, so that is, I mean, that was a really good match. Not gonna, oh, wait, I forgot. I'm not in the thing anymore. All right. So I'm back. Yeah, that was a really good match. Not gonna lie. That green Luffy, green Luffy, jeez, red Luffy versus green Kid was a fantastic match.
Yeah, honestly, like we couldn't have asked for like a better first match. Really, really to the wire.
Gotcha. Yeah, so for everyone in stream, if you can, please give us about a minute. We're gonna take a quick commercial break. That's right, we have commercial breaks here. And I do have the screen with a countdown, so you'll know that it is about a minute. And also that allows us to sort of refresh our sort of commentator booth, because, you know, thanks to the internet, we only have 10 more minutes left in this thing. So gives us some time to kind of reset and also rehydrate with water. Hashtag not sponsored by water? I don't know. But yeah, give us 1 second and we will be back in a minute. All right. Hello. Welcome back to the other tournament, 32-player box tournament, hosted by me, the other Dex. That was weird to say, to be honest. But once again, joined by Blackbeard TCG as well as my moderator Q from Q's Mod Shop. And so for Q, what time is next round starting? Do you know?
About now.
About now.
Okay.
Gosh dang. All right. We come back
I'm
into
running
it.
night shift.
Dang. All right. So let's hop into skirmish 1 where we do have 2 new players here.
I'm actually
Got a little
that it is going to start.
All right. So let me get everything set up. We do have Card Kaido versus Fullbringer DC.
Okay, and right off the bat, I'm just taking a look. We got some figures in the background, and we also have the 2 leaders on board right now: Zoro versus Doflamingo.
This is going to be a very interesting matchup, just because, I mean, Zoro does play a lot of aggression, does play a lot of rush into it. Dofi, obviously can put back a lot of, the cards from board onto Zoro's hand, but, depending on the card, that can kind of be to their advantage. So I'm curious to see how things will go. But yeah, once we kind of get into the late game, I think for any red deck this is going to be applicable. But red does not necessarily want to get to the late game in most matches.
Yeah, and I feel like it's super hard, right? Because especially for Zoro and OP01, the fact that he does want to be so aggressive, but Doflamingo being able to just put out blocker after blocker after blocker, obviously depending on what build that they run, but they have access to a ton of things, be it the Boa Hancock, be it the Kuma, the 3-cost Doflamingo. There's just a ton of blockers that, hopefully Zoro will be able to see some Diablo jumps, because as we get to the late game, as you said, it's probably going to be the only way to secure the dub.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's going to be a fun, interesting matchup, and looks like they are grabbing their starting hands now.
Yep, Doflamingo going to be keeping the hand, setting life here.
Must have liked what he saw. I wasn't really paying attention, but I believe this is the first hand that Zoro's grabbing.
Yes.
All right. Also, for those who are kind of new to, potentially like online cams, it is still the same etiquette for, cutting deck. Always ask your opponent how they would like to cut it. And I think that's what we saw there was top 5 going to bottom was potentially the cut that the Dofi player had requested. All right, looks like the life is all set.
Yep. Oh. Looks like we are resetting on the side of Doflamingo.
Oh, that's interesting. I do wonder if the Dofi player doesn't quite know that, like, you don't need to put your life out when you're doing the mulligan.
Right.
It doesn't really impact anything because you're just looking at your top hand, and kind of would speed up like the thing if you're keeping it. But that's probably why we were a little confused.
Yeah. Okay, has his hand, setting his life. Both players rocking the identical sleeves, actually. I just realized that.
Oh my god, the sleeve mirror match?
Yeah.
Also, for those of you who don't know, Card Kaido is a content creator, a really good one at that, and known for being a Zoro player. So, curious to see how his Zoro matches up in this game.
All right, let's see who is indeed going to be going first.
Looks
Zoro
like...
player is going first.
Yep. Ah, the classic Zoro turn 1 Dawn pass.
So Doflamingo here, getting 2 Dawn, drawing for a turn. We'll see if he has the Perona in hand. Rubbing the Doflamingo Funko Pop there for a little bit of luck.
Yeah, Fullbringer did bring all the like blue.
Yeah.
What's it called?
The merch
to it. That's pretty nice, actually. I like that.
Yeah. So being able to Perona here, looking at the top 5 cards, very classic play that Doflamingo wants to see. Of course, going next, or being able to attack next turn, gonna be able to stack the top 5 here. and hopefully be able to get a 7 Warlord of the Sea at the top. So then that way, when Doflamingo goes for a swing, he's able to cheat out a character for free.
For sure, and I think this is one of the more technical aspects of playing a Dofi, right? Is whether to bottom deck, top deck things, and then also trying to decide in what order you want to see things in.
Yeah, most definitely. I completely agree. And it definitely is matchup dependent as well, right? For example, if he was going up against green, of course, he'd want to be able to see those 7,000 power bodies and have those on top. Whereas against red, for example, maybe he wants to be able to get some of those blockers, right? So
For sure.
It'll be interesting to see what he decides to stack.
Yep, and so now it's the Zoro player's turn. Does have 3 Dawn. Hopefully does have something to play. Will attach 1 onto Zoro and then swing for 6k into leader.
And so I would think Doflamingo would probably take the hit here.
Thinking about it. Does take the hit. No triggers.
Goes down to 4 life. And Vivi comes out. Not too shabby.
And Vivi is actually pretty solid in this. Not really searchable, but at a natural 4k attack, with Zoro does become a viable attacker. And that's kind of the tricky thing about Zoro, is that they can play a lot of these like lower costed, but lower powered characters and still have them be viable.
Yeah, most definitely. So let's see what is going to be planned here. Will we be able to see the 2 Dawn attached to the Doflamingo here? Thinking about it, looks like it is going to be attached, make him 7,000. We'll swing into leader while attacking, reveal the top card, and gets a Dracula Mihawk. So interesting, he stacked the Mihawk to the top instead.
That is an interesting play, because for most people, I think they would want that Mihawk in hand for that 2k counter, but you know, it does have a pretty good when attacking ability as well.
Yeah, that's true. Being able to draw 2, discard 2, kind of dig for the things that you really need to see. So it's not the worst card. And who knows, maybe those were the only other options and didn't really want to send it to the bottom because some of the other cards that he was going to draw into would be really good.
Yeah, for sure. So now it is the Zoro player's turn. Thinking about it a little bit, does attach the 1 Dawn onto leader Zoro and attack with Vivi, who is now a 5k attacker.
Yeah, so
mix into Mihawk.
Yeah, makes sense, because especially with Doflamingo, you really don't want his board to get out of control of just cheating cards out, right? Or else it's a battle of attrition. So I actually really like guarding to save this here. But I mean, investing a 2k counter, now Sanji coming out with Rush.
Man, that is, I mean, this is an assault on Mihawk right now. Because, Rush Sanji into it, 6k attack. Does the Dofi player have another counter available? And he does not. Mihawk goes down. Zoro thematically is so ecstatic right now.
Yeah. He's like, okay, I was able to get it off the board. I'm chilling. I'm good. Of course, now Doflamingo, not having any rush in blue, will only be able to take out one of those cards on the board unless he invests Dawn and Perona to also attack. Be interesting to see if he decides to do that. But if I'm Zoro right now, I'm feeling pretty good.
Yeah, for sure. I think, what is it, 2 life to 4 life right now? And so 2 Dawn does get attached onto Perona.
Wait, I think it should be 4 life to 4 life, right? I think he only took 1 hit. I think his die...
is his die off?
Yeah, I think his die is off.
Gotcha. Okay. Sorry. Correction.
No, it's all good. It's all good. So it looks like the Perona, he attached on with the Perona like I was talking about in order to swing, but then 2k counter, Sanji discarded from hand. He's going to reveal... so that's why. Very smart, actually. So he knew that he was going to have the Gecko Moria. He stacked it so that way Gecko Moria would be able to pull the Mihawk back to hand. So now he still has the 2k counter in hand, and of course Zoro had to use a decent amount of resources in order to get that off board. And then he just ends the turn by playing a Trafalgar Law blocker. Pretty good play. Pretty good play.
I'm going to be honest. That's kind of devious to know that, you know, your opponent is going to want to attack something that badly if you have the counters for it, and then you know that the Gecko Moria is coming out to bring it to hand where you really ideally do want to see that Mihawk.
Yeah, exactly.
Pretty fantastic, like almost like psychology of the game, right? And I think that's one of the beautiful aspects of One Piece, is that there are a lot of mental games that happen, and that is especially true for Dofi.
Yeah, for sure. And again, it's one of those card designs that are just so beautifully made, right? Like doesn't the ability perfectly encapsulate Doflamingo as a character? Like,
yeah,
what an awesome design.
very manipulative, very kind of puppeteering. It's actually very cool. So the Zoro player does attach 1 onto his leader, meaning that Zoro's ability is now active. Vivi is now a natural attacker once again, and spacing out the Dawn to try and figure out what they want to see coming, from their hand. Does attack with Vivi for 5k. Not sure quite the target right now, because you could attack the leader or you could attack Gecko Moria.
Yeah, exactly. I would think you'd want to attack the Gecko Moria. Try to get a 1k counter out of hand.
And the counter comes out.
Is.
Boa blocking in different ways.
Yeah, exactly.
And then that is going to be a 6k attack into another target. Seems like probably Gecko Moria if I had to guess.
Yeah. Of course, he still has a lot to block as well, but going to discard the Mihawk that he just got back from his hand through the Gecko Moria.
Which makes a lot of sense because Gecko Moria, I mean, yes, has done his job by bringing back something, but also is a natural attacker himself. And so for 4, we do bring out OP01 Brook, which is, I believe, Dawn times 1. You can minus 2k 2 different characters.
Yes, that is correct. And it doesn't see that much play, but I think it's a pretty good tech card to have, especially against when you go against green. I think that's really nice in order to have another reduction when going up against 8-cost Kid. But of course, going up against blue here, and of course, I believe it's 5,000 power, so it's not nothing to ignore as well, because he can just also swing into leader for low investment. Looks like he just plays Sanji here.
Definitely interesting to play to Sanji here, but probably wants to commit that Dawn now versus potentially later, meaning that if I had to guess, right, might be telegraphing that there's a bigger character in play that they want to play next turn.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's what separates like the skill levels of Zoro players. Some people just like want to play 3-cost Zoro, attack right away, play Sanji, attack right away. Sometimes it's okay to just like load up your board because you're going to be able to attack with them anyways next turn. Specifically when you're facing against blue, right? Like blue doesn't have anything like a Okiku or a Nico Robin where you're in threat of this Sanji dying, right? I'm sure it can be bounced back to hand maybe with the Martial D Teach. But that's absolute worst case scenario in which you could just play it again and then it still has rush.
Right.
So it's actually not too bad of a play in order to play Sanji here.
Yeah, for sure. And I think you hit the nail on the head. It's like against blue, I think red plays a little bit more free. It's just really worrying about like the counter attack that I think they would have to worry about.
So looks like Otama here is discarded, 2k counter.
Protecting against that Perona swing, which swung in for what about 4 or 5k?
Yeah,
what Perona's base?
Yeah, Perona's base I believe is 2k, so I believe that would bring her up to 4k to swing into the Vivi. Now, what I'm thinking is to discard the Otama. What other cards would he have in hand that because that's again a very valuable card to discard.
Yeah, for sure. I do wonder though, is it as valuable in the blue matchup as it is the green matchup, right?
True. Good point. So 1 Dawn gets attached to Gecko Moria to make it 6k, attacking into the Vivi. So that gets KO'd.
Yeah, it seems like both players are pretty content with just trying to gain control of board right now. And does attach 1 onto Dofi.
Yep, decides to take the hit here.
No trigger for red.
Oh, and there's a Martial D Teach that we just discussed. It's going to be tapping 4. And we'll be able to bounce 1. I would bounce the Brook here. Or actually, wait, can he? Because it's 3 or lower, so he can't actually. Brook is 4 cost.
And so he just did what you were just talking about, which is, bouncing the Sanji back to hand. But, I mean, the value of Sanji is to potentially gain that rush. Maybe it's a detriment to the Zoro players' plans initially for this turn. But honestly, not the worst to have another rusher in hand.
Yeah. Now the turn passes back. I would start getting scared next turn, just because obviously we're gonna be able to see some big threats, potentially being the 9-cost Mihawk. I believe will be coming up relatively soon, as well as Doflamingo, 7-cost. So
yeah. So the Zoro player has separated out 5 Dawn. Which, for those of you who know red, that is definitely within range of a rush Luffy. Curious to see what will happen here. Does attach 1 onto Zoro, making Zoro's ability active.
Mm-hmm. Now, if you're the Zoro player, are you thinking you want to clear the board here?
Potentially. I mean, I try and get rid of that Gecko Moria, probably.
Yeah.
But Dofi does have a blocker available, so could be curious. I'm not too concerned about Marshall D Teach right now, just because it's a natural 4K, and then Perona he does need to add additional resources onto, which honestly kind of helps me. But Gecko Moria is a problem, so probably try and focus that first, and then hit leader, especially if like they can get a little bit more aggression with a potential rush card like Rush Luffy or Rush Zoro.
So the Trafalgar Law does get used as the blocker here, and then now just attacking with the Zoro. So I'm assuming he minused the Gecko Moria, so that's a guaranteed kill now. So like you said, he was able to deal with the Gecko Moria here, and still has a ton of Dawn. Can maybe look to play Zoro here and then continue to get board control, or let's see, or even the Sanji, right?
Yep, Sanji can come back, and now it can attach 2 active Dawn, which he didn't have last turn, to give Sanji rush, and makes it a 6k attacker. And this one is probably going to go... Oh, it goes into Perona.
I think that's a really good play, because especially with Dofi, like, you need to be able to control the board. So I think that this is really good, because then now all he has is just his Marshall D Teach. Ooh, and he gets a Nico Robin to end it. That's really nice.
Yeah, and Nico Robin is an absolute all-star in either deck, whether it's Rush Zoro, Rush Luffy. I mean, you know, just the Luffy and Zoro leaders, just because it does a lot more board control than you can anticipate. And yeah, Dofi probably is trying to look for a way to potentially get rid of it, but there's a lot of natural attackers that will be coming at him next turn.
Okay.
Off the hand, 4 cards in hand for the red Zoro player.
Yep. And it looks like Dofi should have access to all of his Dawn now, right? I believe he's at 10. So, and here's the thing that's difficult, right? Because even when you do have the 9 cost Mihawk, you start thinking like, okay, I want to get value off it, right? I want to be able to spin something big back to the bottom of the deck so I get value. But when you're facing Zoro, the only really big body that you really have to worry about that you can spin is the Rush Luffy. And when that's not on board, you kind of feel bad playing Mihawk otherwise. So looks like even if he does have it, we don't know if he does it or not, he's just going to attach 2 Dawn to the Marshall D Teach. It becomes 6k and attack into the Sanji.
Yeah, I think that attack makes a lot of sense, and you're right. You know, you're not going to get the same value from the Mihawk that you would otherwise. So I think it's wise to spread out the Dawn and kind of, you know, be a little bit more aggressive into the opponent's board.
Ooh, hits the Gecko Moria here. Very nice.
I forget, did he like scry for that and rearrange it, or is that just off the...
I think this is blind. Yeah.
Wow, yeah. That is some good luck, and I do believe that the 2K Mihawk was used, but I'm curious to see what they're going to pull out.
Yeah, I wonder if he pulls back Law. Yeah, okay.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, because like you kind of do want to value it more. Of course, obviously, like Zoro's probably playing Diablo John, but I think Law is really good here. Now the thing is that Nico Robin could just KO it next turn, right?
That's true. Yeah, just attach 1 Dawn onto it. So 2 blockers though, however, bigger problem.
Yeah.
So
Boa Hancock.
Boa Hancock goes onto the field and does pass the turn. Now it's the Rush Zoro player's turn. Does have full 10 Dawn available. So curious to see what will happen here. Is losing in life, but only by 1, which honestly is a pretty good position to be in.
Yeah, most definitely. I think being able to have Nico Robin here to kind of control the board here definitely will be able to get rid of the Trafalgar Law. I wonder if he's going to maybe swing into the Gecko Moria or the Marshall D Teach to get 2 characters off board with just 1 from the Nico Robin. Because again, I feel like you have to control the board, because next turn it's going to get really dangerous, right? Boa Hancock is going to be able to allow him to draw cards. We still don't know what else he has in his hand, right? Like I do feel like there's a 9 cost Mihawk or Doflamingo chilling in his hand right now too. So once that hits the board, things are just going to continue to get scary. So looks like he's going to tap 1 for the Nami, going to be able to search.
Nice, and this could give him, you know, some of the potential win cons that he might be looking for here, right? But I do agree. I think there's something hiding in the Dofi player's hand that is intended for a Rush Luffy. But he does grab the Rush Zoro from the Nami Scry. which will go to hand, which means that there's some added level of aggression. The Zoro player does have some gas.
Yeah, most definitely.
All gas, no brakes.
Now, it's tough because like I'm just trying to think like if I was in the shoes of like the Zoro player, how I would want to play this because, okay, yeah, so he's gonna attach one to the Nico Robin. So Nico Robin's going to be 5k at the moment. Did not attach it on to Zoro as of yet, but we'd expect he would.
Mm-hmm.
Because then by doing that, Nico Robin is 6k, and then probably Nico Robin would attack the Marshall D Teach.
Or the Gecko Moria.
Yeah.
It's going to Jet Pistol, and
for the ball Hancock here. Yep.
that makes a lot of sense. Getting rid of the one blocker that was probably going to be a problem. Does attack with Nico Robin, probably targeting the one cost blocker Law, and so swing into.
I think I would go Marshall D Teacher just because Nico Robin's 6k, right? And like he would have to invest 2 cards in order to stop it.
That's fair. And taking as many cards out of hand as possible, probably in the best interest for the Zoro player.
Yeah, agreed.
Because I can't quite tell with the sleeves, but it looks like there's about 3 or 4 in hand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think 3.
Oh.
Yeah.
Marshall D Teach does go down.
Pretty good play, honestly, from Zoro. And he still has 3 Dawn chilling. We know he has a Zoro in hand. Does he want to be that aggressive?
Right, or is he going to save it? I probably...
Okay, 2 for Brook.
Interesting.
Oh, he's going to attach 2 rested to Nami.
But didn't Nami just get played this turn?
Yeah, I thought he used Nami to search, right? Unless I'm
yeah,
forgetting.
I think so. And I think he's realizing that now.
Yeah. I mean, it still works because he'll still be able to kill the Gecko Moria, but yeah, good catch there. Glad that they were able to realize that as well.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, some of the things like about like playing in like stream, like webcam tournaments or any tournaments really, is that sometimes like no matter how practiced you are, you will forget some like things that happen. I mean, that's just a natural thing about competition, right? But glad that they're able to catch that.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, there's no malicious intent. Like, and that's the point of playing. And we're all practicing, we're all learning, right? So no one's trying to do anything intentionally. And as long as it's it's called out and the player tracks it back, it's all good.
Yeah, for sure. So it is the Dofi player's turn.
Mm-hmm. So let's see what he wants to do here. So the reason why playing that Brook isn't the absolute worst is because Brook can also be an attacker now. Everything is an attacker with Zoro. But it looks like Perona's going to come out using that box topper Perona. Nice, looking clean.
We do love an alt art.
Yeah, exactly. Looking at the top 5 here. So I wonder, is he going to try to stack it so that way he can get another 7 Warlord on the board? Or is he going to try to like fish for counters here? Because I kind of feel like he's going to be very quickly on the defensive end now. I feel like now Zoro is in prime position to start shaving off some life.
I think, and I can't remember, so Nico Robin is a 3 cost, so if there is a Marshall D Teach in there and he's able to bring that out, he would be able to bounce Nico Robin back, which, doesn't have rush, so is a pretty good target for that, because it's also only a 1k counter versus the Brook, who's a 2k.
Yep.
But I guess we'll have to see what was able to be stacked.
Yeah.
Also, I am hearing notifications going through the stream, however, it's not showing up on my screen. So thank you to anyone who has subbed or joined the membership. I really appreciate it. We'll have to do a recap once we do everything. So yeah, Dofi does add 3 Dawn onto him.
Oh, gets the Gecko Moria. Getting all the Gecko Morias today. Now, does he get a 2k counter? I think maybe he would get the Miroc here.
Unless a lot... Oh, there we go. Okay. I'm going to trust
like
the
you
best
said,
judgment.
Nico Robin dies here.
Yeah. That makes a lot of sense. Oh, the
Virgo?
big turn.
Virgo, nice. Okay, that's actually really, really nice for Doflamingo now.
Yeah, I mean, Virgo is a very solid card. A big body, even though it's vanilla, I mean, it can do some real damage, especially in this first set, OP01 Romance Dawn. But now it is a Zoro player's turn. Is going to attach 1 for safety onto the leader, making Brook, I believe that Brook is a 4K attack. I can't quite remember.
I think it's 3K.
Is it 3K? Okay, so it does still need 1 to make it a viable attacker. Does put the Dawn onto it, making it 5K currently, and swings into, I mean, either Gecko Mori or Dofi, but
yeah,
I think at this point, yep,
ooh,
okay, 2K counter
2K
onto
counter.
it.
Yep.
Must mean that he doesn't have a whole lot of counters in hand.
Yeah, and so because of that, that's very smart to just attach with the Nami and just swing again, because now it's gonna die, or he has to use another counter, and he probably just has another 2K counter, and he has no counter. So,
right. I mean, I think regardless, like, yep, okay, Gecko Moria does go down. Very advantageous, I can speak, position for the Zoro player, especially with the life total still being at 3 and 4. Does swing in with 6K attack into the only viable target would be leader Dofi. Now Dofi deciding if it's time to counter or not, and we'll actually just take the hit.
yes, we finally get damage on board again. We haven't seen that for quite some bit. And ooh, your boy's on the board.
Rush Luffy with the 1, so it can still be blocked, but luckily Dofi does not have any blockers. This is going to be a 6, 7, 8K attack into leader. Once again, has to take the hit. No trigger, it seems. Now it's down to 2, and Zoro has taken the life lead.
Yeah, so now it'll be interesting to see if Dofi decides to bring out the big guns. The thing is that now, given the game state, even if he was to bring out the Mihawk, right, he's going to have to use 9 Dawn, meaning that he'll only have 1 Dawn active, and so he'll just be a prime target to lose next turn. It's a really tough spot to play that Mihawk now. So even if he has 7 cost Doflamingo, then that could also just spin back the Luffy, but then he could just play the Luffy again and it has Rush.
Yeah.
So let's see what ends up happening.
Yeah, although very smart attack here, using the Perona to take out a very weak Nami.
So Virgo attacking Brook.
I think at this point, though, you can safely play the Mihawk, but Dofi does swing into Zoro player's life. Does take the hit.
So evened out now, 2 life apiece.
Oh,
there it is. So there's the Mihawk, like you said. So it's going to be able to spin that back to the bottom of the deck. So very nice board control here.
And I think that really only, is a thing because he played the Virgo last turn.
Yes.
And so in terms of board state, the Dofi player has actually kind of swapped it, right? Where Zoro was looking very menacing, but now all of a sudden, Dofi has 2 huge bodies and a blocker. And so Zoro player is now up with all 10 Dawn available. Trying to figure it out because he only has 2 life, and there's at least 3 viable attacks. If anything, you need to find a way to get rid of the Virgo, or I mean, you need 2 answers to the Virgo essentially because he does have a blocker law.
Yeah.
Or I don't know. I was gonna say or win, but.
Oh, I thought Shanks was coming because I seen him move 9 Dawn to the side, so I was like, oh.
He's bluffed everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm curious. I think you almost have to go for. This is a tough spot for the Zoro player.
It is. I know, me too. Because I'm also thinking, like, what would I do here? But it's tough, right? Like, this is a hard board to face down right now.
So 6K, so it can't be going to Virgo. It must be hitting leader.
Yeah.
And does have the counter. Can't quite see what that is, but I assume
that's
it has
Mr.
to be
2
2K.
Bon Clay. Yeah, 2K counter.
Does have 3 cards in hand. Yeah, this is a tough spot because I think next turn, unless he puts down a blocker or 2, this could potentially be game, especially with only 4 cards in hand. So he does tap 4, or 1, 2, 3...
4, 5. Yeah, there's another one right under the first one there. It looks like.
Gotcha. Oh yeah, I see the corner of it right there.
Yeah.
So for 5, does play. Oh my God! This is the buffest Rush Luffy we've ever seen. I imagine that has to be hitting into Virgo.
Yeah, I would think because he wants to get the guaranteed board control, and like we've seen the Virgo cause problems last turn, but like now obviously the Luffy could just die compared to the Mihawk's power, but.
Yeah, I mean,
I think it was a play he had to go for, right?
Yeah, and that is going to be 1 less attack into their life. So could potentially, give them another turn to kind of figure out what to play next turn. Also, Derek, thank you so much for the sub. Really appreciate it. But Dofy has choices here. Dofy has answers.
And let's talk about this Perona doing work. Did her job and just still continuously just attacking. He's attaching 3 Dawn here. He hasn't declared an attack yet, but looks like he's doing it now. And Perona's just an enigma at this point, just constantly attacking. It's something you want to leave up because you're like, oh, it's just 2k, but it just continuously gets attacks, and here getting a 1k counter out of hand.
Yeah, it does make sense to attack with Perona, because that is another viable attack, and especially if they don't need their Dawn for anything, right? They already have their Mihawk on the field, unless you're going to Mihawk again, right? But other than that, not too concerned about the Dawn usage. Does attack with Dofy into a leader, has to be, because there's no Dawn attached.
Yeah, and I actually like this, right? You know that there's only 3 cards in hand, and with only 5k, is he really going to discard and go down to 2 cards in hand? So he decides not to, takes a hit, so he's now only down to 1 life. Now it'll be interesting to see if he hard commits here and swings with Mihawk to get him into lethal threshold for next turn, or if he decides to play it safe and maybe play some blockers, because he has a ton of Dawn, right? Like, you can play Boa Hancock, you can play Kuma. Let's see what he decides to do.
Yeah, it will all depend on what's in hand, because he has to be pretty confident that he'll survive the next turn.
Exactly.
Looks like he's committing a lot of... Oh my gosh!
Oh, he's going for it!
He's going for
it!
He's going for it!
Wait, hold on, he's swinging with the log!
Oh my god. And does
what a
get
mad
countered.
lad!
This man must be confident of what's in his hand.
He has to have another blocker in hand, right? He has to. That's the only way he makes that play. Yeah.
Unless he runs blocker starter Boa Hancock, right? That's the
could.
Okay. The thing is, he has to attack the Luffy at this point.
Luffy,
right?
yeah, I agree. He has to now.
Okay. Everything makes sense in the world. Man, throwing us off by attaching it to the blocker law does leave 2 up, does have 3 cards. I think this is a telegraphed Love Beam. Which is probably why he's so confident that he can survive.
Yeah.
And really, in terms of clearing the board, you only, are concerned about blocker law, who's a 1k, and then a 2k Perona. Next turn, 1 life, if both swings can get in there.
Yeah.
Does attack 7k into probably leader.
I think here at this point, I think it's almost because does the Zoro player have 3 or 4 cards in hand?
Looks like 4 cards in hand. So I believe that is, the love mellow, if my eyes do not deceive me.
Yep. So he's able to draw 1 here because he has 3 or less cards in hand. And so this is why it's dangerous now, because if the Zoro player has 4 cards in his hand, right? Even if they have rush and he's able to take 2 cards out, if he has no blocker, he loses next turn, right? Just doing the math, Doflamingo being able to attach a bunch of Dawn. If he attaches 5 Dawn to Doflamingo, swings, and then attaches the rest to Mihawk, he just wins. So Zoro's in a really tough spot here.
Yep. Alright, so we do see 3 Dawn being used for Rush Zoro. Is going to attach the whole kit and caboodle onto him. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plus 5. That is a 10k Rush Zoro coming at his mentor. And
Mr. Tubankle.
The mentor survive. Oh, wait. Well, yeah, I guess we'll see what happens.
Because it's +1 from the Zoro, right? So he's going to need... Yep. Yeah, and he has it. So I believe that's the game.
Yeah, the mentor Mihawk versus Zoro matchup. Mihawk does win that one.
Not quite strong enough yet for the student to take down the master, but I believe that this one's going to be over. 3 cards in hand, even if they were all 2k counters. Zoro can only get up to 11k, so very easily could just attach the Dawn to Dofy, swing, and then attach the Dawn to Mihawk and close it out.
Yeah, and there's no active Dawn available for Zoro, so I think Dofy can swing free here.
Yeah. I think he needs to attach, if he wants a guaranteed win, he needs to attach 6 to Doflamingo. But it looks like he's going to attach... Oh, he's going to he's going to go wide. So he doesn't want to go high, he wants to go wide. So I guess he just wants to get the cards out of hand, which is also very smart.
Okay, well, there's 1 counter gone, right?
Yep.
And I believe that's the promo Beppo, so
Yes.
I think that might be a 2K counter.
It is. Yep, 2K counter.
Which is kind of wild, because I think that's only, 5K Perona?
Yeah. Exactly. So that's very telling of what else is in his hand, right?
Ooh, okay, interesting. I mean, you can still attack with the leader
Yeah,
or the law blocker, right? Yeah, we'll see what happens, but there's a Mihawk incoming.
Yeah, he just dumps everything on Mihawk here, right? I would assume, because then Mihawk becomes what, 16k? There's no way he can counter 16k with 3 cards in hand.
Yeah, absolutely no way. So, yep, and here it is.
Yeah.
Dawn just being flooded. All the hockey going into Mihawk's blade. And the boat has been slashed. Yep. That is game. GG's to the Dofy player.
Hey man, I love to see blue pop off. You know me with my blue bias. Very, very good piloting on the side of Dofy. I really like it because, one, I really like to see him playing the Mr. 2 Bon Clay. I feel like a lot of people don't play it. It's a lot of people will be like, oh, blue doesn't have that many 2K counters, and they forget about Mr. 2 Bon Clay. Blue actually has a lot of 2K counters, so I like to see that. But then also I like to see the angle in which he kind of control the board, right? I was a little bit worried, but then you also made the good call about him controlling the board and then safely playing the 9-cost Mihawk to spin back the Luffy, right? Which was I think that play is what like switched the momentum and really put it in his favor.
Yeah, for sure. Also, it looks like there might be another match kind of wrapping up if we wanted to hop into Skirmish 3, just to check it out real quick.
Yeah, sure. Let's go.
And I'm going to try and see if I can bring Fullbringer into an interview.
Sounds good.
But yeah, it looks like, based on what we're seeing, this is Kaido versus Kid.
Yep.
And I believe the Kid player has 0 life, and Kaido has 2.
And it's almost an identical board state from what we last seen. A queen with a blocker, and I think the last time we never had a blocker, but we had a queen and we had a rush Kaido, that's for sure.
Yeah. So it does attack with the Kaido. Does have to get rid of the 8k or 8-cost Kid before doing any other damage.
Okay, so thinking, is he gonna let it die? He lets it die.
So there are 2 viable attacks. I wonder if he's trying to save the hand for some potential, counters.
The thing that I'm super worried about if I'm the Kid player is that with Kaido right now having that much Dawn left to play with, even on the next turn on the backswing, right, you're gonna need 3 attacks to kill him, and then with that much Dawn, I would assume he would have like Blast Breath or like Thunder Bagua. So looks like he's gonna be able to attack
For 6k, I believe.
Yeah, so he's gonna have to have the 2K counter here or block with the. Yeah, so there's the Izo 2K counter. And then plays another Higurashi, so 3 blockers. Wow.
And decides to pass turn off that with 2 active Dawn available. For one, is going to Momo try and find some answers in the Wano country.
Yeah.
Although I'm not sure what you would want to see at this point, to be honest. Unless you're looking for a 2K counter in Izo.
Yeah.
And does pull out the Nekomamushi.
Yep. This is really tough because even if he does play another Cat Viper here, right? He rests 1 blocker. There's still 2 blockers up. Then he could attack with Kid, knowing that it can restand. And then he still has his leader Kid, but that's still not enough to end the game, so...
Yeah. Yeah, this is a very tough spot for Kid.
Yeah. I think he's really trying to think like how he can get through the blockers. And again, if it wasn't for Queen, this is why I say Queen is so strong, right? Like the only like real big thing that he could do potentially would be against. Yeah, I think.
And that's a scoop because there was unfortunately not a whole lot of outs for Kid at that point.
Yeah, he would have to have the Okiku, right? Like, that's the only thing. But with Okiku not already being on board, it's basically at that point in the game impossible to get. He would essentially need 6 attacks to win. So
yeah. All right, and we did get the Dofi player available for an interview. So give us 1 second as we set that up.
Awesome. Let me hop into chat real quick.
Yeah, meet up in lobby.
Okay, sounds good.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going well.
All right, give me 1 second as I set up the stream cam.
Okay.
So, first of all, just want to say the One Piece figure game, very strong in your setup right now.
Thank you. I've got more, but I figured I don't need the rep like crocodile. If we're not
Oh, nice.
So just want to
Yes.
talk through your matchup, Blackbeard, if you wanted to get started.
Yeah, sure. Just real quick, I kind of want to ask your opinion on your build. Obviously, I don't want you to give all the tricks of your trade because you still have the rest of the tournament to play out. But in terms of your build, do you feel like with Dofi, do you want to play a lot more aggressively or defensively, or does that depend on your matchups?
Honestly, all gas, no brakes.
Okay, okay, I like that.
The deck is extremely flexible, and just because you can play extremely aggressively, because you're not really negative in your hand at all. You're playing from the top of your deck.
Right.
Yeah, for sure.
I just run a bunch of 2Ks to protect my bodies, so I have more aggression on my next turn, and they have more guys tapped from attempts at taking them out. And there's some things I don't run that other people run. I'll definitely, if I win, I'll share that at the end.
Yeah. You don't give us all the spice now. You know, you got to keep it under wraps.
We still got 3 more rounds of this thing, but I will say from your match, it seemed like there was a lot of board control happening, a lot of clearing each other's boards, especially towards the middle of the match. Talk me through that and essentially, your feelings as you're going through it. Were you nervous at all that you wouldn't be able to keep up with how much your board was being attacked by the Zoro player?
Well, I just wanted to first, real quick, I want to say, love both of your channels. I watched both of them like before you guys were collabing. So,
oh, thank you.
Appreciate
I
it.
got this featured, so I love that, and you guys are gonna be big channels. I know that.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Of course. To answer your question though, I kind of just think of this game, I mean, as like a video game. So you don't want to. It doesn't matter how many hit points someone has. If they have 1 HP, they can still do the same damage that someone with full HP can do. So I do want to control the attacks he can do, especially against Zoro because of the unblockable possibilities.
Right.
Blocking. And shout out to my buddy Grinch DC. He couldn't make it today, but he just plays Zoro, and I just go over to his house and play all the time. I think Zoro's worst matchup is an aggressive Doflamingo more than any matchup out there. Because we can pretty much take turns clearing each other's board, but the way Doflamingo plays and those Gecko Moria recycles and other drawing that Blue has from Love, in Boa, Red just doesn't have that recycle. They will run out of cards in hand, as we saw. That's usually how it goes with Zoro if you play an aggressive Dofi.
Yeah, at some point Zoro will run out of gas. There will be breaks.
Yeah, Zoro's all gas and then hard on the brakes.
Yeah.
It's really good to a lot of the meta decks. It's just, I think Doflamingo is just its worst matchup.
For sure.
Yeah, and I really like the Gecko Moria usage, and I do want to mention, or I do want to ask, because we both don't remember correctly, but we do believe, were you able to hit a Gecko Moria blind off the Doflamingo leader, or did you know it was coming? I think it was the second Gecko Moria.
That was well, my grandpa taught me to believe in the heart of the cards, and my friends. That was completely the heart of the cards.
Love it. I absolutely love that because that was so good, right? You hit that blind, and like I love blue. You know me. I love to play blue, and so when that happened, I was like, I felt elated because there's no better card to hit blind with Gecko Moria. Sorry, with Doflamingo than a Gecko Moria, right? Because then you're able to pull that 2K counter back to hand, and you already talked about how important it is to have that to protect your body. So the heart of the cards reigns supreme.
Yeah, I will say in chat, someone did type. I think at that moment there are no pathetic cards in my deck, Kaido.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. So that's probably one of my the DC stands for Doom Crew.
Okay.
Shout out to all my people that was watching your stream. I know I had a couple of them watching it.
Awesome.
I think I say at every locals. When I'm winning or losing, doesn't matter. I put on my Yu-Gi-Oh voice and I say there are no pathetic cards in my deck.
I love it.
Shout out to Doom Crew, man. But yeah, that's awesome. And then I think the last question I wanted to ask you was, as you move forward through this tournament, what decks are you hoping for, or what matchups are you hoping to not see with your Dofi deck?
Honestly, Kaido, very rough. It's really, that is, I think, the most luck-based matchup for this deck. Not just Onigashima, but who goes first. In other matchups, I actually prefer to go second. But Kaido's the exception. I want to go first. I want to get them very low. So just because Dofi goes kind of wide, Kaido can wipe everything. And if I can't get them low before he gets to that point, they can be really hard to come back from. But I do want to see a Kaido because I like to have a variety of stuff to play. I just played a lot. I don't need to see any more law for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah,
well,
awesome.
Just played a Zoro. Zoro. I guess I don't want to see laws.
Yeah, that's fair. Law can be pretty aggro, not gonna lie. Alright, but anyway, I'm not going to keep you too much so you can prep for your next round and kind of get into zone. But thank you so much. Really appreciate your time in taking this interview, and hope to see more of your matches in the tournament.
Yeah, no, thanks for the time and the feature, and Blackbeard TCG, and the other decks. Love you guys. Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Awesome. Appreciate it.
Have a good rest of the tournament.
Thanks, guys.
All right. So I'm back in our channel in the lobby.
Yep.
All right. I do. So I was asked a question earlier. When the 5 minutes are up, it goes to higher life, right? Or is it just a draw?
I
can't
believe
remember.
there's like
It does.
It's like a sequence, right?
Oh, Q, hello.
Hey, what's up? How's it going? We're getting to
Q.
round 3. Oh man, I've been a busy bee.
Yeah. How is it in round 2? How have things been?
Oh man, some absolutely insane grind games.
Yeah.
It's been a pleasure to pop in and watch all of them fire off.
Nice. That's what I like to see. That's what I like to hear.
We are ruling it where at the end of the 5 minutes or turns, whatever obviously ends first, the higher life is who the winner is.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Because that did actually come up in round 2.
Okay. That is good to know. Just because I loosely remember the ruling, but that is how we're going to be ruling it for here. So, Q, how much time do we have before round 3?
About 2 minutes.
Cool. In that case, going to take a quick break once again. Q, if you're able to, if I'm not back before the round starts, can we maybe make like a 2-minute delay?
Yeah, I got you.
Cool. But yeah, give us a minute to just rehydrate. I do need to to get more things because my coffee is out. But we'll be back in 1 minute, take a commercial break, and then be back for round 3 of the tournament. All right, and we are back. Q, did we make it in time? I'm gonna take that as a resounding probably not.
Hey, how's it going? I actually just was on the ground talking to a bunch of the players at all the tables. Everybody's having a great time. Everybody's saying that this is just a great tournament overall. So
that's awesome. I'm glad to hear that. And then are we in time for the next round, or did we have to do that 2-minute delay?
That 2-minute delay is over. I'm actually just about to get it going.
All right. In that case, Ryan, let's go ahead and hop into skirmish 1.
Sounds good.
All right, and here we have what looks to be a Law versus Dofi matchup.
Okay, we get to see our first Law of the stream.
Yeah,
and
very
I'm
excited.
super excited because like I've been grinding games with Law because I really wanted to learn him. And he's probably arguably the most fun deck for me to pilot in set 1. So yeah, I'm curious to see what build he decides to go with.
Yeah, for sure. No, I'm excited too. And we do see a turn 1 Perona for the Dofi player, which is probably its most ideal state. And now we go over to the Law player, who gets the 3 Dawn needed.
Yep. And so early game, Losh is going to want to be able to start getting his board established, so he'll be able to room shambles. He'll really be able to start having fun around that turn 3, turn 4 mark. Ideally turn 4, turn 5, but we'll see what ends up happening. Able to play the Nico Robin here, which is very good to control the board. And it looks like the Doflamingo did take that hit, right? So I believe it is 4 left to 4
life left. And now it is the Dofi player's turn. Does have 4 Dawn. Gonna see what happens here. Probably trying to lay down maybe some blockers, just because, you know, obviously in blue it doesn't necessarily have the same rush aggression as something like a red or even a purple. So trying to see what'll happen, but it does have to be pretty wary of whatever it puts down, just because Nico Robin has established early, and is just going to attack with Dofi, just a base 5k, and Law does take the hit.
Yeah, and the thing about Law, surprisingly, right? He only has 4 life, but at least from my testing, taking hits early, like getting down to 2 life, is actually pretty good because you're able to get more cards into your hand, so that way you can play your low-cost units and be able to get that room shambles going. But looks like the Nico Ramen is going to get bounced back from that Marshall D Teach. I'm going to tap 3 Dawn. We'll see if he decides to just play
You're going to bring
again,
it back out?
some lower bodies, yeah.
I am curious, because, like, I mean, how many Marshall D Teaches can Dofi have in hand right now, right?
Right.
And so, interesting.
Yeah, so I think that this is good because it's going to be able to rest. We'll be able to swing into it. And again, as Law, you don't mind playing Izo or Brook or any of those counters because you just bring it back up to hand for free, right?
That's true. Yeah, any sort of on-play ability that Red or Green has just becomes repeatable and abusable by the Law Shambles. And does, relatively fill up the board with 4 characters, very low-cost characters. Going to a Dofi player now. New turn. New Dawn. And is going to attach 2 onto Dofi, do to 1 to bring out a... Oh, it revealed a Jinbei who is not a, what's it called? 7 Warlords.
But Wait, but he Perona'd, right?
He did Perona.
So wouldn't he know that it was going to be the Jinbei, or did he just forget?
I'm actually not sure. I'm not sure what happened there.
Yeah, not too sure, unfortunate, because now he has 1 less Dawn to play with. Obviously, as I talked about earlier, the Law just taking the hit, which is fine. Law is completely comfortable getting to 2 life, and now he's going to start playing defense.
Yeah, so probably either going to counter or block. Counter makes a lot of sense just because you do want to have that board state relatively full so you can activate Shambles.
Yeah, and now this is where Law gets to have fun. We're going to see some room shambles technology here. I would assume that he's probably going to want to bring that Izo back up to hand as soon as possible.
He is going to be searching though, so wonder if he's trying to find something lower cost that he can just put onto the board relatively easily, or...
Okay, that's the card to worry about, because that is just what makes his deck so strong. 5 costs, Shambles Law, very, very good.
Yeah, luckily the Dofi player doesn't have a whole lot of like targets that they really care about getting either like bounced or removed. Just really to Perona is going to play the Otama for that -2k ability.
Yeah, but mainly just because it is the 1 cost, so now it unlocks the room shambles. Gonna be able to attack with the Izo, and again, very comfortable in doing that because now he can just easily shambles. Now I wonder if he's gonna be able to shambles a green card to play like a Zoro, or would he look to bring out the Law?
Yep.
I think he'll bring out the Law and then bounce back the Izo here is what I'm thinking. Oh, bounces back the Jewelry Bonnie. Okay. Ooh, nice. Ooh. And then gets a Nico Robin on board. Yeah, this is looking very dangerous now.
That's efficiency right there.
Yeah. So just like that, Dofi's down to 3 life. It's 3 to 2 life, but like just look at the board, brother. Like, this Law is like, he's feeling good right now.
Yeah, the Dofi player is in a really tough spot right now. Just because really in terms of like potentially board clearing, you only have the Izo available to attack. Is going to rest what looks to be 3 Dawn for the Jinbei. Bouncing Nico Robin back to the bottom of the deck, so that's pretty nice.
Yeah, at least able to get one out. Like you mentioned, obviously you could attack Izo. But we also know that he has 1 cost cards in hand, so it's not the worst because he's still gonna have Shambles live next turn.
Yeah.
Right now, yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say I think Dofi needs to lay down some defense right here because
yes,
it's gonna get real bad real quick. I think knocking out the Izo probably important, and obviously Beige and Chopper are not going to be attackers. But looks like he is going to attack with Dofi, activate the ability, brings out Bartholomew Kuma, and then that is swinging into
the Izo does
Izo.
die, yeah.
Yep. And puts down the 1 cost Law blocker, adding a little bit of defense, and passes turn.
Yep, so Law here gonna be able to refresh now. Again, having a ton of Dawn. We know that he has some 1 cost cards in hand. Looks like he just drew the Jewelry Bonnie as well, so definitely gonna be able to room Shambles here. Now, I wonder if, because a bunch of people have different takes on Law builds, I wonder if he plays 8 cost Kid. I know a lot of people have been playing that in their Law. Some people play more aggressive. They play like the Rush Luffy. So it looks like he's going to attack with his blocker Law here.
Now I wonder, is he attacking? I assume he's attacking Leader, right? Because Bartholomew Kuma does have an on-KO ability that would allow him to play a Pacifista out onto the field if it's in hand. So
Right.
But it is a blocker, so it does attack the Leader.
Face.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, so...
I think aggro is probably the strat here, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree.
Especially with Dofi on the back foot.
Mm-hmm. So now with the Jewelry Bonnie whiffs, but again, it's not the worst. It's not the worst. He has 4 characters on board. Just needs 1 more.
Yeah.
Jewelry
Oh,
Bonnie.
let's try it again. Roll it back.
Yeah. Now, if he's able to hit a Zoro or a 5 cost Luffy here, that would be so good.
Oh,
he gets
hits
the Zoro. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is looking very dire now.
Let's not forget he does have the blocker Law, right?
He does. You're right.
2 life, but it ain't great.
It ain't great, but you're right. It's not. We talked about it earlier. It's not over until you take the last hit. So looks like he's going to tap 3 Dawn here.
Is going to play it.
Yep. Sacrifices the Jewelry Bonnie, which makes sense. She done her job, so that's fine.
Does attack with the Zoro, probably in the face. Does counter.
Yep.
And now 2 Dawn up. We got some tech here.
Yep. So Shambles is going to happen here. Now I wonder what he's going to Shambles to. Because he can... Okay, so he's going to pull back the Zoro, so he's going to play green.
Oh my god.
Another blocker Law. So now he can bounce back the Jewelry Bonnie, play Zoro, and attack again.
Yep.
And then he still has his leader. Oh my gosh.
This is the craziness that Law can do, especially if you open up with, the right hand.
Yes.
So did counter that though. So Dofi's still, I believe, at 2 life. Oh, and doesn't attack. The passing turn off that does have the blocker Law still up and running. So Dofi now draws the card and has to, provide some answers. Does have 2 blockers here, which is pretty nice.
Yep.
We'll play the Mihawk.
Okay, I think that's right. Like he has to get something big on the board at this point, right? So
yeah, for sure. No, I think that's a great move. And it does, get rid of blocker Law, who, as we can see, is a menace.
Yeah.
And then it's just going to swing 6k into either leader or blocker Law, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think either one of them is a good attack. But it is leader, and the Law player does take the life, leaving him with 1. But his pass turn after that.
Yeah, and I think he's comfortable doing that because again, he has 3 blockers on board. He's not really in a big threat of being lethal here. And who knows? We don't know what he has in his hand. Maybe he thinks he could potentially win this turn.
Yeah.
But he's going to tap 1 for Nami. Nami's going to search here.
Yeah, Dofi does have 4 cards in hand, so potentially some counters.
Yeah, that's true.
And Law takes Brook. A little menacing that he left up 9 Dawn, huh?
Yeah.
But I don't think many people play Shanks in a red-green Law deck.
No. Yeah, I definitely don't think so. I think he's definitely going to look to keep shambles in here. He's going to attack, try to get cards out of hand, or at least get these blockers off board, right? Like right now, his eyes are on that Kuma, his eyes are on that Law. If he can get those out, then he'll feel a lot more comfortable. He's going to attack with Law here now.
Do we see another counter come out of the hand, or, oh, there it is, blocker Law off the board?
So now he's thinking, okay, I just need to get Kuma off the board. So he's going to attack with Law.
And here comes another counter.
Yep.
Having to discard Virgo kind of hurts.
Yeah.
Does still have that Mihawk that can attack into any of the attacking parties right now, but it's a matter of if Dofi sees that turn, right?
Okay, so we bounce the Law to play the Zoro and still have a ton of Dawn. So Zoro can attack, and then he can still just ditch off the Nami, play the Law again, bounce back the Zoro, and then attack with Zoro again.
Yep. So he did block with the Kuma, putting out a Pacifista from hand, and exactly as you said.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. He
has to ditch the Nami.
He has to ditch something.
Nami.
Yeah.
I don't think he realizes that he has to ditch the Nami here.
Or something, right?
Yeah. Yeah, because I would assume he doesn't want to ditch his blocker, but yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I think both players don't realize he actually has 6 units on the board here.
And part of me wants to message them, but also like, I don't know.
Yeah,
it's tough.
yeah, because technically, since we're not judges, right, we're just the commentators. But it's.
I think the problem is he put the Law over top of his Zoro, so he might not be accounting for it.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that if the Dofi player attacks, I think they'll realize it. Because right now it is okay. Here we go. We solved it.
Yeah.
The Bonnie is gone, and I think the math still checks out because none of those were really attackers. Well.
So again, as we always say, like things aren't done with malicious intent, right? Like I'm sure it's just a mistake.
Yeah, for sure.
Happen,
and I think the thing is too is like the responsibility of the board state also is in both players' hands.
Correct.
And if you notice a problem in like an official webcam tournament, right? Be sure to call over a judge. You know.
Yeah. For sure. So that while all that was happening, you did make a very, very good point about the Pacifista being about the Kuma being KO'd and bring out a Pacifista, which did indeed happen, which is good because now he's able to have another attacker on board here, which he did attach Dawn to and swung with. And so now I guess he's just thinking how he wants to navigate this scenario because again, okay, so he just decides to block with the Kapong Gang Beige, so now it's just the 2 Zoros along with the blocker Law on board here. Trafalgar Law comes out, so he's able to have the blocker, attaches 1 to the Mihawk, so he's 10k now, and guarantees that the Zoro dies.
Alright, and does have the blocker out, so does have 1 blocker available. Switches over to Law, who does still have 10, but only 2 characters on board now.
Yeah, and right now, Doflamingo's feeling really good. Being able to get that Pacifista out really changes the tides of the game. Because now I'm assuming that the Law player isn't playing Rush Luffy. And I believe Doflamingo still has 2 life left, right? I think that's
Dofi still has 2 life.
Yeah, so I think that Doflamingo's actually in a pretty feeling really good right now, and especially because once Law doesn't have a full board, you feel like you can actually play the game. But let's see what happens. He decides to take a hit. Law's
We'll
the gun
block
to
it.
swing into. Blocks with Law. Okay. It's interesting though, right? Because I'm thinking if I'm the Law player, do I try to go for game here? Because if I'm not killing the Mihawk, I lose next turn, right? So
Right. Unless he puts down a ton of blockers.
true. Good point. Oh, and you might have made the right call. I think it's coming. There's the chopper.
Yeah, I wonder if he's trying to. Does he? Oh, he has a.
He has
rush.
a Luffy.
Luffy. No blockers,
Okay.
so does just take it. I wonder if he's trying to find a way to. Well, he has no more Dawn available, right?
Yeah, so I'm assuming he has a decent amount of 2K counters. So we know he has at least one Otama because he shambles that. The Izo
Yep.
did that earlier, so we know he has at least one 2K counter, and then he has one blocker on board. So
Yeah.
it's gonna be on the Doflamingo player's side to do the math and see if he can successfully secure lethal here, because Law only has 3 cards in hand. So let's see if he definitely can do it, right? He has
Right.
leader attack, he has Pacifista, and he has Gekko Moria.
Do you think he tries to blindly Dofi ability here to
I-
maybe
I
bounce the
personally
blocker?
wouldn't.
But okay,
Yeah.
save the Dawn for something else more useful.
Yeah, because that 1K could be the difference between your attack being successful and not successful, right?
True. So is
So
gonna
now-
swing with a 9k Pacifista into Law.
Yeah, he's gonna do it into leader. So now, like, he has to use the chopper to block here, right? Or else he's gonna have to discard 2 from hand.
Yeah.
And then if that's the case, then I think that the Doflamingo player could just win this turn.
Which is a kind of wild turn of events. And he
Yeah.
still has Mihawk, which is a 9k, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And Gekko
exactly.
Moria, and can power up Jinbei as well. There's a lot of attack happening.
Yeah, it's right now. It's that point in the game where, like, if Law can live this turn, he wins. If he
Yeah.
if not, he just loses this turn, right? So gets the block out. So now he needs to successfully stop this
Woo!
attack. If he doesn't have the counters, he loses, and he
And
stops.
that is GG's.
The Doflamingo player comes back from the ashes to take the W. Blue deck equals best deck. Another win
Wow.
for Doflamingo.
All right. So yeah, I mean, just to kind of talk it through, right? Yeah. So chat pointed it out, and I think it does, make a difference, right? That he could not, the Law player couldn't actually discard Jewelry Bonnie because it came out. Essentially, like, the math turned out that Nami had to be sacrificed, right? Which means
Right.
that on board it was Beige, Chopper, 2
Right.
Zoros, and a Law. That means one of
Right.
those things had to have been discarded in order to play Jewelry Bonnie.
Right.
Which means that he wouldn't, the Dofi player wouldn't have needed to attack one of the Zoros to get it off the board,
Yes.
or one of the blockers wouldn't be available, most likely. So that is.
I mean,
yeah.
it did turn out where he still, battled through it, which, it would suck to lose to that, but I'm happy that, like, it still ended up in a win for him. But yeah, it's tough when those type of situations come up, right?
Yeah, for sure. And I do think that is, like, one of the difficulties of online regionals, and one of the biggest critiques, like, come from Digimon. That was one of the things that we were concerned about. It wasn't necessarily like people would, like, pull, like, Shanks from, like, the side of the desk, right? Which, is still a possibility if you're good at sleight of hand. But it's kind of those, like, misremembering things, and then also with webcam, right? It's just like on a screen, you're thinking about your own stuff. You're maybe not even thinking about what your opponent's board looks like, and so you're not really, like, seeing some of those things.
Yeah.
And so, like I said, I don't think there was anything malicious about it, but it's one of those things that if you go into an official tournament, right, like the not necessarily Treasure Cup because that's in person, but online regionals were just announced for One Piece. That's something that you're going to have to be on the lookout for. Luckily, there is, like, a whole, like, usually team of judges that if you notice something, please call a judge. But first, you do have to be able to notice those things.
Yeah, you brought up the good point, right? It's a responsibility of both players, right? Like, both if the person doing it, obviously with no malicious intent, didn't realize it, the opponent should have also realized it, right? So
Yeah.
It is what it is. But with that being said, still a good match overall.
Yeah, no, I think Dofi really pulled that from the brink. I mean, I think it was really like one of those boxing matches, really, where you know, they're just throwing haymakers at each other, losing gas. But yeah, it was quite the fight.
Yeah. And so I'm interested to see what the standings are going to be looking like in terms of who's undefeated at this point. Obviously, we know that one of them will be Doflamingo. And I guess as we go through the next couple rounds, because this was round 3, so I believe we still have 2 more rounds to go through, right?
Yeah, and there is a pretty good match happening in Skirmish too, if you wanted to check it out.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do it.
All right. So, friend of the channel, TCG Preston, is rocking the Kobe cosplay, which is pretty freaking awesome. And is playing, looks like a Luffy deck versus, I don't know where the leader is for blue, but I think it's being hidden by Dawn. I see a giant, I think that's a Dofi deck.
Wait, could it be Dofi or
oh wait, is that Crocodile? Is that Crocodile's forehead I see?
I'm thinking it's Crocodile just because we see a we see a Miss Doublefinger.
Oh, that could be interesting. Yeah, Crystal Beast guy. I think that is Blurple Crocodile has made an appearance. Blurple Crocodile has entered chat, and we see that come into full play with the 1-cost Blast Breath using as a counter.
Blurple Croc. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I don't have much data on Blurple Croc. I haven't played a ton of it, and I haven't played against a ton of it. I kind of know what it wants to do. The games can get pretty grindy because the defense is always there, being able to draw a ton of cards. Mm-hmm. So I'm actually super excited to see this match because, again, I haven't witnessed it that much.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people use Blurple Crocodile as sort of their fun deck, right? Just because with any of the two color characters, you're already at a life deficit. Which is problematic, and you know, if you're at a life deficit, you probably want to do something aggro like a Law. So that's why people have been leaning towards it. But Blurple Crocodile, any of the Blurple cards really, just have such defensive event cards that it can technically be hard to overcome. And you know, as we're looking at the board here, it does have an Alvida to try and take care of some of the smaller stuff that the red player could potentially be playing. And then also Miss Doublefinger, if it does get KO'd, does allow him to draw one. And so, really, I think the name of the game here is filling your deck with resources and then using draw power to try and grab into it, while also keeping a defensive stance. So curious to see what will happen with this.
Yeah, and one thing that stands out to me right off the bat is there's an Usopp on board. I think that's the first time I've ever seen that, ever. Because I know he's a 2K counter, but I'm just super surprised because I feel like that Usopp is probably perfect for Blurple. Because I don't remember correctly, but I believe its ability does something when your opponent uses an event. And I think Blurple Clock wants to use a bunch of events, right?
Yeah, no,
I actually have to look it up because I don't remember because I haven't seen it. Let me see here.
Yeah, I do think that it is kind of a pretty perfect matchup against it. So yeah, Crocodile is going to attach 2 Dawn onto itself, swing into the Zoro, and so essentially clearing board, making way for potentially, some more shenanigans. Is going to attach 2 onto Alvida, swinging for a natural 5k into leader, but with the ability can bounce back to Nico Robin. I believe is probably going to be the target.
Oh, but he's going to have to trash 1, so he decides to trash the king in order to activate the effect. I feel like that's a pretty big card to trash. Maybe he has another one in hand, so he doesn't mind.
Yeah, that'll potentially be interesting to see what they have in hand. Unless they're trying to avoid trashing any event cards.
True. And yeah, so I did look up that Usopp because, like I mentioned, I've only ever used it as a 2K counter. But how it works is after your opponent activates an event, you get to draw 1 card. So yeah, it actually is the perfect card to have against Blurple Croc.
Does it need to have Dawn attached to it?
Yes, it does need to have 1 Dawn attached. Yeah.
So right now, not too concerned about it. Yeah, but I am surprised that. Well, I don't know. I'm not that surprised because Nico Robin is a problem. Is an absolute menace, especially against some of the lower cost blue stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, events and Zoro or Luffy drawing in this case could be potentially a problem. But does swing with the missed double finger with the Dawn attached, and Luffy leader does take the life. So now it is down to 1 versus 3.
Yeah, and the thing with Miss Doublefinger is like I kind of talked about this before on my channel. Like I really like her as a card, and I think that she could probably be seen a lot more playing OP03. Don't want to get ahead of myself, but because she has a on KO draw 1, right, and because she's 4K, like she only needs 1 Dawn to start swinging and like being a threat. Obviously, in this situation, we've seen 3 Dawn attached to pump up to 7, and then it's like you kind of want to kill her, but then it's like I'm giving my opponent extra card, and then especially against Blurple Croc, that could be an extra event, right? So
yeah.
It becomes very tricky.
Yeah, for sure. No, I mean it's definitely like, and one of the things I've said in a couple of my videos, right, is that like in a competitive setting, the more decisions you force your opponent to make, the better you are, just because there's more variation, more variables for something to either go right or go wrong.
That's such a good point, bro. That's such a good point, because like if you're practiced against something, if you can like expect, you're like, okay, on this turn he's gonna play this turn he's gonna do this, but then once that unexpected comes, like you said, those added variables, it could just completely throw off your game plan, right?
Yeah. So Luffy is tired of Alvida and does just swing into her, taking her out. But that does mean that I don't know if there's any Dawn available left. But it means that Nico Robin is going to be safe if he decides to bring her back out. But instead, we got the big guns himself. Taps 9 in order to play a Shanks, and then using Luffy leader's ability, gonna attach that, and then 11k into the Gecko Moria.
So Gecko Moria is now down, but with no blockers on board. It's gonna be all up to the counters in hand.
Yeah, and it does look like there's about like 5, maybe 6 cards in hand for Luffy, and only 2 viable attackers. So if he can stifle one of these things, I think he's in a decent spot, considering that Blurple doesn't have a whole lot of rush unless the Crocodile player has teched in either Rush Kaido or Rush Queen.
Yeah. I think Kaido would probably be the one.
Yeah.
Which would definitely be devastating. But looks like he's just gonna attach 3 Dawn to Blurple Croc.
We'll take the hit though, and we got a trigger. Oh my god!
He's gonna KO it and then draw 1.
That's fair, but still, I mean, that's one attacker down, and that means that Luffy does see another turn. Unless, well, no, there's no rush at that size unless it is Rush Queen, which would be...
No, wait, does he actually play the Rush Queen?
Oh, no.
It's just regular Queen!
That would have been wild.
That would have been so funny, bro.
And then you just see that distinct shape of Queen come out.
Yeah.
I mean, Blocker Queen, I think, is a really powerful play here. Just to make sure that you see the next turn. Because... there's a draw 2, discard 2. Discards the blocker, which is interesting. And then puts down another blocker. So yeah, here we see the defensiveness of Blurple Crocodile come into play. Well, if Shanks swings, won't be able to block with Law. Will only be able to block with Queen.
So now being able to refresh here. Again, I would expect the Usopp to have Dawn on him in order to draw, because we do know with 1 Dawn open on the side of Crocodile, only having 2 cards in hand, we can expect that one of them is going to indeed be an event. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't leave that 1 Dawn open.
Yeah.
Could also be a bluff, but you never know.
Yeah, I do wonder, though, if, make Usopp a viable attacker, which I think requires 3 Dawn, right? And then 5 for a non-blockable.
Oh. He had it.
Okay, there it is.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Because then now, like you said, he can't block with the Law, right? Because of Shanks.
Yeah. So Jet Pistol does kill the Queen. Wow, that's something that I never thought I'd say. Especially after the events of 2022. Alright, so does play 1 for Nami. Trying to find probably an answer I mean, has 5 Dawn left. Is that a Jet Red Hawk I see?
That's a Red Hawk.
Nice.
Yeah, and I really like that because then now you're gonna be able to KO any like small blocker that comes out on board.
Yeah. Ah, thank you for the sub. Really appreciate it. Yeah, so it's trying to split out the Dawn. Shanks not worried about, you know, having him blocked. Is going to put down enough Dawn to make Usopp a viable attacker, which
Nice.
even if this, you know, attack doesn't succeed, that does mean that any sort of event card, he will be able to draw 1 from it.
And so decides to block with it. Makes sense because obviously like he wouldn't be able to block otherwise, so
Right.
might as well just use it. But now Luffy's gonna be able to get some shenanigans in. Attaches 1 Dawn.
And we do see the Blast Breath
Yep.
event card, and Usopp is triggering.
So
So
they
that-
both get the draw.
That one cost or one draw could be interesting because
Yeah.
it's another potential counter, probably another event. You know, it can be a number of things, and does swing in with the Shanks, huge hit. But luckily, Crocodile has pretty big life advantage, so he's down to 2. Does take it, seemingly no trigger.
Yep. So we do see he does have a chopper in hand there. We'll see if he decides to play it this turn.
Secrets revealed.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. That is 1 chopper in, which is pretty nice because that can naturally block the Crocodile attack and does leave 2 Dawn up passing turn.
Okay. What plays will we see here? Things are about to get spicy.
Yeah. I will be curious to see if we see a rush Kaido come into play, because that could potentially be game. But once again, also not really sure how this Purple Crocodile has been built.
Yeah. Okay, so it looks like 3 Dawn is going to be attacked, so that means that we're definitely not going to see the rush Kaido.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to be 8k.
Oh my god, 9k?
But the Chopper's on board, right? So I would assume he would just block with Chopper here.
Right.
But then what's he cooking? What's he cooking? Because he must have something else in hand too.
Right, and I think, yeah, I was about to say Kobe's deciding. TCG Preston is deciding whether or not, you know, to play the counter. Decides not to, and Kaido does, or Crocodile does play Jack.
Mm. So he gets a Jack on board, and he's able to bring out another Law.
And honestly, kind of, well, I mean, they couldn't really do anything, but does pass with, you know, TCG Preston, the Luffy player not playing that counter. But do remember, he does have the Red Hawk in hand.
Yeah.
And both of the characters that's on Crocodile's board right now are viable targets for that 4K destruction.
Mm-hmm.
So unless, you know, Luffy wins this turn, it'll be up to Crocodile to sequence his attacks properly. Or, you know, just Jet Pistol the Jack.
yeah, just Jet Pistol it, you know?
Just casually Jet Pistol.
Yeah, why not? So with 2 Dawn left open, obviously we could assume, again, Crocodile's going to have events. It's Purple Croc we're talking about here.
Mm-hmm.
So I would assume, yeah, he's going to attach the Dawn to Usopp. As we say, make it a viable attacker. Going to counter it.
Counter.
Which again is fine, right? Because his goal is to just say, okay, get the counter out of hand and then be able to at least draw with the Usopp.
Yeah,
So
does save 1 blocker, which is nice too. I wonder if we're going to see a rush Luffy or a rush Zoro here.
oh, wow, yeah, I didn't even think about that, but Rush Luffy would be devastating here if he has it.
Yeah, and he does have 8 Dawn available.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Rush Zoro, not the worst case scenario, unless there's also a Rush Zoro plus a Diable Jambe, right?
Yeah.
But instead is going to buff up Nami, who is going to be swinging for 2 plus 5, or 3 is 5. So 5k, now debating whether or not to... Oh, we'll just
Oh, has to
counter.
discard the Alvida. So no event in hand. So it's just a bluff. Left 2 Dawn open with no events in hand.
Woo! I mean, that's quite the bluff, to be honest, in Blurble Crocodile, because you never know, right?
Yeah, you never know. It's part of the game, right? Because
Yeah.
people are expecting you to have the event. So if you leave it open, then your opponent's automatically going to be thinking, okay, like, do I attach this much Dawn? Do I not?
Alright, so it does swing with the leader and is blocked.
And then now, of course, Shanks here can get a hit in if he so chooses.
It could be that Crocodile is hoping for an event card that came out of life.
Could be.
Luffy does have 5 available, but it doesn't have enough Dawn even with Luffy leader ability to activate the... Well, there's no blockers anymore, so it doesn't matter. 10k does swing into Crocodile, giving 1 life and 1 card in hand for Croc.
Now, I wonder if does he play it safe? If he has like another chopper or any type of blocker, maybe he decides to do that just to like guarantee 100% the win next turn. Or like you said, maybe he does have that Zoro and he's just like, you know what, let's get him into lethal threshold. Well, actually, no, he can only get 1 more attack anyways, and he has 1 left, so he can't win this turn regardless.
Yeah, so I think he needs to find a way to be defensive here.
Yes.
For 1...
Is it a
Is
chopper?
it? Yeah, okay.
It is a chopper. Nice. Okay.
Which is really nice, especially since I don't know how many bounce mechanics Blurple Crocodile's running in this one. I mean, obviously with blue there's a lot of it, right? But it depends on what's in hand. And with 2 cards in hand.
2 cards, yeah, because he draws 1, got 1 from life, and then on the side of the Luffy player, we know that there is the Red Hawk in hand still, right?
Yep.
So...
And he left 4 Dawn up, which is kind of wild.
yeah.
Could he have 2 Red Hawks?
He could.
But with knowing that the Red Hawk is in hand, it is going to be important for Jack to be able to swing first, or whatever character he wants. Oh, he does have the bounce.
The Jinbei is there, sending it back to the bottom of the deck here.
Now it is up to counters in order to keep TCG Preston up and running. But only has 3 Dawn available. Oh, never mind. He's attaching things.
Yeah, so it makes sense to attack with that first, because obviously it would get blown up by the Red Hawk if he attacked with his leader first.
Yep. And that is a huge power-up, right? So that's 4 plus 3, 7k into leader.
Yep. So let's see. If he can successfully guard this with counters out of hand, then it's still looking really good for him.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, you might also just need to Red Hawk, regardless of if you get the second ability,
exactly. Right? I agree. Yeah, and there
we
it
see
is.
just that, yeah.
And again, still has 2 more Dawn left. Does he use the Red Hawk effect? He can kill the Jinbei. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter, but...
Oh, yeah, I guess he could kill the Jim. Well...
No, he just kills the Jack.
Okay, so that's the thing, too, I'm wondering, because isn't Jack at that point 7K?
Yeah, because he's useless, right? Yeah.
Well, he's 7k, though.
Oh, yeah, it's 7k on his turn. Yes, you're correct. So he actually can't kill it. The only thing that he can kill is a Jinbei. Because since it's the Crocodile's turn, the Dawn is still active, so it's actually 7k. But it's fine.
Yeah, it potentially... Well, yeah. I was going to say, at this point, it doesn't matter. But I do think that the thing is... Yeah, because
double Red Hawks. Yeah.
And at this point, all he needs to do is really, like, load up his characters.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think Blurple Croc has 0 in hand now, right?
1... Nope, 0 in hand, probably.
Yeah, because if it's 0, then it's just swing with Luffy, can't guard, and then swing with Shanks for game.
Yeah.
And I think... Still just playing it safe.
Just in case. You never know.
Just in case. Just in case. Usopp's gonna attack.
Yeah.
And then Nami's gonna attack.
Load up the Nami, you know.
Just in case, you know.
I mean, you know, to be honest, right? Like.
Yeah, no, exactly. Like why not go for the guaranteed play, right?
Right, especially if there's no trigger, right?
Yeah.
Does counter, it looks like, and so can either Luffy or Shanks probably... Oh, 1 card in hand, 1 card in hand.
1 card in hand, okay.
But
so
no Dawn.
Yeah, no Dawn.
Trying to bait out whether or not that's a counter.
It's a king, no counter, so that's the game.
Yeah, GG's.
GG's. Fun match.
Yeah, that was pretty cool, and it was really good to see Blurble Crocodile, you know, do its, you know, be able to play its game, but also Luffy, just a very solid deck.
Yeah, most definitely.
All right, I'm gonna check in with Q, see where he's at.
Sounds good.
But yeah, no, that was I think that was a pretty interesting matchup, and like you said, Blurple Crocodile isn't something that we've really practiced with, never really seen, especially from the content creator side of things. So it was really good to kind of see that in action because of how defensive it is.
Yeah, exactly, and you kind of touched on it a little bit earlier too about like, you know, it's a deck that people play for fun, right? Like it's at the end of the day, like again, obviously people want to win, but it's all about having fun, right? And so if you're having fun playing a deck, then just keep playing it. At the end of the day, that's all that matters.
Yeah, no, for sure. And so, yeah, catching up on chat. I mean, I know we haven't been, you know, keeping up with chat a little bit, but do appreciate you coming in and chatting and talking about things. Because, yeah, whether it was the Law matchup or this last matchup, I think everyone has had a lot of really great takes and a lot of good insight, especially for, like, decks that we are not as familiar with. Like Blurple Crocodile, right? So, yeah. Your boy Rai, yeah, Jack should be 7k, so Red Hawk can't hit. Ultimately, it didn't matter, but that is something to keep in mind that it is, and that's somewhat the issue with DP-based removal, right? Is that if it's coming out of life, whereas a counter, you know, you do have to pay attention to that sort of stuff. Because, I mean, to be honest, I make the mistake all the time, right? Where, like, I get a Jet Pistol coming out of life, and then I think I can KO something that was originally on its card 6k. But because of life, like, it is no longer a viable target. So definitely something to keep an eye out. And then, yeah, what Crystal Beast guy was saying, you know, red win by swinging wide is guaranteed. Absolutely. And yeah, the key play for the win will be that Usopp. Keeping that Usopp on board was very valuable.
For sure. Like, Usopp MVP. Like again, like, I was so surprised when I seen it because I was like, wait, is that an Usopp on board? And I was like, oh yeah, that actually makes so much sense for this specific matchup. So shout outs to him for having Usopp in his Luffy build.
Yeah, I do wonder if that's a result of potentially, you know, Kaido, you know, plays. Because I know Kaido has Blast Breath, right, forever. And that's probably the most detrimental event counter that you can probably see in this early in the meta. So I wonder if his build is specifically geared towards any Kaido matchups.
Yeah, and then in the absolute worst case scenario, it's still a 2k counter, right?
Yeah,
so you're still gonna get value out of it regardless. So yeah, no, I like the addition, honestly.
Yeah. Zipshin TCG, I'm walking through the Valley of Kids to win. Yeah, that's fair. There's a decent amount of kid decks around. Akko says should have killed Usopp. Yeah, I think. Well, I mean, if you think about it too, like between Usopp and the Nico Robin, I think that's a tough choice. You know, what's the lesser of two evils? And you know, I would say I still think that the Nico Robin target probably is the better play, just because of how consistently you can get that effect off. Like, Usopp's good if your opponent plays an event.
Right.
You know? Egyptians played 3 kids so far. Dang.
What's up, you crazy kids?
Cute,
What up?
How's the tournament looking? How's round 3 looking?
It was some crazy matchups.
Yeah. What I mean, you've been doing the rounds. Like, how is it on the ground floor? How are people feeling? What does the Valley of Kids look like? Because I know, like, there are a lot of green kids out there in this pool.
Give me 1 second.
This is what I get for trying to interrupt him while he's doing his job.
Round 4 just got posted, so I'm letting everybody know, hey, go to your rooms and behave yourselves for a minute or two.
Gotcha.
Sounds good.
Like a parent disciplining a child.
Yeah, and I think for us, you know, I think we're going to, you know, have this quick chat with Q, take another commercial break before we go into round 4, and then come back and check it out.
it's been crazy to say the least. I mean, we know the breakdown of the decks. We don't want to give that away.
Right.
Because it's funny, kind of messing with people a little bit, especially in this kind of format. But it has been very interesting, just watching other people, just watching the absolute myriad of like different decks. Like, you know, we could have two kid decks going up against each other, but something's going to be different, whether it be
Right.
a Wano focused kid deck or like just a pure Supernova build. I think, I mean, we're only in OP1 right now.
Yeah.
But how it was when 1.5 for Digimon, or 1.0 for Digimon came out, very small card pool can lead to some crazy innovation. And I love seeing that kind of stuff as we play.
Yeah, no, for sure. I definitely think that, like, yeah, and I feel this way about, like, even as we go into set 2, like, it has, like, the meta itself is feeling very diverse. You know, I think there's a lot of opportunity for tech cards that, you know, maybe we might not be able to see in, you know, in the next couple future sets, but I do think that, like, what we're seeing right now is honestly a really good indication for the health of the game.
Oh yeah. As the greatest deck of all time player, that being King, anybody says otherwise, you will get banned in chat. As a true believer, I know the trials and tribulations that are going on right now with some certain builds.
For sure. But yeah, no, awesome. So I think now is going to be a good time for us to take our commercial break right before we go into round 4. So stay tuned for the broadcast. Not to sound like I'm, you know, doing an announcement for the NFL or anything, but yeah, so stay tuned, stay locked in here. We'll be right back. Going to go grab some water. Everyone stay hydrated. And then we're going to go into round 4. All right. Catch everyone in a bit. All right, everyone. Welcome back to the other tournament. We are now going to start going into round 4. And so, Blackbeard TCG, Ryan, if you can meet me over in table 11, we're going to be checking out the match there.
Yep, already here.
Sweet. All right. Q, and then whenever we're ready, we're good to go.
So, Trafalgar Law versus Kaido. So, we just seen some Law gameplay, and now we see Kaido here. I believe this was the same Kaido player that we popped in on a couple matches ago as well.
Yes.
So, it'll be interesting to see how this plays out. Now, what are your thoughts on Law versus Kaido matchup? I feel like a lot of people have different opinions on it. For me, at least because I've been playing a lot more Law, I've actually struggled going into Kaido just because Kaido has access to 7 cost King and obviously 10 cost Kaido to blow up the board. But I've talked to other players and some of them say that it's actually Law favored. So do you have an opinion on it?
You know, I personally am not a huge fan of the Law deck versus Kaido just because of all the board control. But I think if you can find all of the necessary pieces in time, like before Kaido can even get set up, then you know you're in a pretty good spot. The thing is, 4 life, and then obviously Kaido's leader ability can take out one of those instantaneously. It's kind of a tough matchup in my opinion, but we'll see what happens. So the Law player does attack with leader first just to make sure, and then uses 1 to play a chopper, and then 1 plus 1 more to try and find some stuff with Jewelry Bonnie. So looking for another Jewelry Bonnie, trying to set up their board in a sense, like getting all of the low-costed characters out on the field before Kaido can even really get into sort of the let's eliminate things range.
Yeah, and let's see if Kaido has Island here. We all know Kaido's love to see Onigashima on turn 2.
Let us see.
The fact that it has not been placed down yet makes me believe that he does not have it.
It's almost instantaneous.
Right, exactly. And so other plays here on this turn, obviously potentially a Jack in order to try to ramp if he is running that in his build. Because you do want to ideally see that King on the next turn if you're the Kaido player. Just because things will start to get very messy because Room Shambles will be unlocked.
Yeah, for sure. Also, apologies to the chat. I did forget to switch to the game screen before that. So here is the state of the game as we are speaking.
I was just about to hop on.
Yeah, thank you, Q. But yeah, so you are right. We do see a Jack here for 3. Does get the next available Dawn. and is trying to do its best to try and ramp in replacement of that Onigashima.
Yeah, so very, very good play. I'm a huge fan of it. I think a lot of people started adapting it to their Kaido builds. I'm a big fan of running 2 of them in the deck. Some people run 4 that I've seen in Japan. But honestly, I think 2 is fine, just because, like you said, if you don't see that Onigashima, at least you're able to have some form of ramp with the Jack. Because now he's at 5. Next turn, he'll get to 7.
And he does play the blocker Law for 5, returning the Nami, and then playing Rush Zoro for that aggro.
Yeah, and I think the Law player needs to do this, right? You have to play this matchup super aggressively because you're on the clock.
Yeah, absolutely. And from what I can tell, I mean, the Law player has been seeing all the pieces he needs. I mean, on curve, 5 cost Law, had the Rush Zoro in hand, brings Nami back. Like, this is just kind of nuts.
Yeah, this is the best start you could ask for.
Yeah, and still turn 3 does not seem to have the Onigashima, and then as the turns go on, the desire to play Onigashima becomes less and less, to be honest.
Now I wonder what is he gonna do here, because like, yeah, even if he does King, it's like, sure, you could pop the Zoro, you could pop the Jewelry Bonnie, but like next turn Law's gonna have a whole bunch of Dawn, so you can play a whole bunch of low cost units and still pop off.
Yeah, and the thing is, this almost feels like a Kaido brick, if I had to guess, right?
Yeah.
Where, I mean, he's at what, 6 to 7 Dawn, and I mean, debating about what to play. Doesn't have Onigashima, and that's, I think, the biggest problem with Kaido, especially in the
he has it.
I was wrong. I totally misread the hesitation.
I guess you're just trying to think what he wants to do with his 4 Dawn here now. Maybe he wants to play blockers like Higurashi or something, but with 4 Dawn, I can't really think of any other big play. Like, obviously, he can't play Queen here. He can't play Kings. So I'd assume he's either just going to attach Dawn and attack, or he's just going to play a blocker here.
And so, yeah, he does attach 2 Dawn onto Kaido and does swing. So this 2 Dawn, I mean, depending... swings into Rush Zoro.
Yeah, again, just trying to get board control against Trafalgar Law. Very, very important to try to slow down his room shambles.
Yeah, because at this point, I think for the Kaido player, you just want to try and stall into that mid to late game where you are definitely just more in control and have a lot more pieces in hand. But that also means, you know, controlling the board and also stopping some of the aggression from Law, and does play the blocker, so there is that little bit of stall mechanics that I talked about.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you, bro. Like, I think that the later that this game goes, the better for the Kaido player. So yeah, to just play it slow, try not to get aggressive too much. But we see the Luffy.
Yeah, I was about to say, when you're searching and finding this much gas, it's scary.
Yeah, I feel like there isn't anything that he could have asked for to go better on the side of Law right now.
And watch, he's going to find like a Rush Zoro from this one. Oh my god!
The predictions!
Well, I mean, everything seems to be going right for this Law player. It just seems to be. And he does still have 5 Dawn left. So with 2 Rushers in hand, 3 life, like this, I mean, I think the Law player also realizes this cannot go to the late game.
Yes, exactly. And so because of that, he's going to swing with his leader into the Kaido. Kaido now having to decide to drop card from hand or block. Uses the Higurashi to block instead.
Yeah.
And now, of course, we could still easily see... we're going to see the Trafalgar Law swinging here for 8k. Getting that guaranteed hidden.
Which probably honestly not bad. And yeah, it does put down the blocker, which is pretty nice, and put 1 onto it. Because of the board state, if he does block with Killer, he would be able to draw 1, and still has 4 life. So
yeah,
attacking with Law probably is a very safe bet. But Kaido is Unleashed, has 10 Dawn active.
Has 10 Dawn active for sure. And then if you're on the side of Law, you are also feeling relatively good because you have a decent hand size. So even if you do get blown up, you could probably replenish the field relatively nicely. And so right now, I'm thinking, if I'm the Kaido player, how do I get back into this? Because this is scary, right? Being down life, but then also not having any control of the board is scary. So it looks like he's going to be playing 6 cost King here. Going to be able to pop 1. Gets rid of the Killer, so that way it's not able to draw any blocks.
Yeah, that was a pretty nice turn just to eliminate some of that extra value that the block can get.
Mm-hmm.
While also putting a very big body and kind of difficult body to get rid of in the form of King.
So I believe that's 3 Dawn being attached to the Kaido. And if that's the case, then it will be 8k. It looks like he wanted to attack the Trafalgar Law, and we'll get 2 counters out of hand.
And so now it goes to turn. It looks like Jack did swing into Jewelry Bonnie, so that's off the board. Now, looks like 9 Dawn for the Law player. And we know he has 2 Rushers in hand. Curious to see what he'll do now. Because he can certainly shambles things in, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Once he gets the board state up and running. Because he only has 2 cards on board. He needs 3 characters for 5 total in order to do it. So we could just see some pure rush coming in. Potentially.
Yeah, and I think that the faster that he can bring the Kaido down to about 1 life, the better. Because then the 10 cost Kaido doesn't become as much of a threat.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. He does play Jewelry Bonnie. Top 5. Pulls out Blocker Law.
How perfect is this game for Law right now? Like,
it is.
This is a dream scenario.
Wild. And if he can, maybe like a Rush Zoro, play another cheap thing, shambles the Nami back out, and then put in that kid to bounce things. Okay, so we are now starting to see him just trying to fill the board. Not entirely sure why he tapped
the Nami. Yeah.
Oh, is Jack only 2k?
No. I thought he was 4k.
I don't really know what happened there.
Yeah, same.
Oh, the Otama minus 2k.
Oh, the Otama minus 2,000.
Jack. Therefore, yeah. Okay, so we do see the Rush Zoro go into leader. Does counter it. Gonna swing leader into Kaido.
Yep.
See if he takes. Does counter it with a 2k counter.
Yeah, so 2 ultis out of hand there. That's absolutely huge. Because, now Law can swing for 7. Blast Breath. So now Kaido's running out of resources. Here comes the shambles.
Alright, does play the Blocker Law, which then also has its own shambles. Takes back, what's it called?
The Nami.
Well, he shambled the Namis for the Law, and then now brought back... Oh, he just brought back Jewelry Bonnie, and elected not to put something out.
Yeah.
Which is something you can do.
Exactly, since it says May, so it's your choice. And I guess, again, he's just playing around the threat of 10 cost Kaido, right?
Yeah.
It can come on the board, blow up everything. At least he still has units in hand. Use the Jewelry Bonnie, be able to surge. So, very, very smart. He's in a situation right now where he doesn't need to play fast.
Yeah, for sure. And, 2 to 4. And does reveal that he has both of those things, because we already saw them.
Yes.
That is known information. I am curious to see if the Kaido player elects to board wipe here, if possible,
Yeah. Okay, so 3 Dawn being attached to the Kaido, making him 8,000, going to be attacking the Law. Law will die. We still have Dawn to play with here, still have the King to attack with as well. And I think last turn was really good on the side of Law, right? Being able to get the Blast Breath out of hand, being able to get 2k counters out of hand. Like, the defense is starting to get broken up here. So let's see how the Kaido decides to play, because, he needs to get some offense in. Law hasn't taken a hit yet, so decides to go for board control and attack the Zoro, and then plays a Queen.
Yeah, gonna -1 for that draw 2 trash 1 effect, but use Onigashima to bring that Dawn back, so he still have full 10. I think he's searching for the board wipe Kaido, and if he doesn't see it here, I'm curious if he's going to use leader ability to try and trash a Dawn, but I think it would also depend on his hand. But so far, Law has escaped this match relatively unscathed.
Yeah.
And looks like he trashes a King.
So I wonder what's in his hand then.
It has to be counters, right? Or
Yeah, it has to be.
like a counter and a board wipe Kaido, right?
Yeah, and so with 2 Dawn left open, obviously it could be Thunder Boggle, it could be 2 Blast Breath,
True.
we don't know, but we could assume that, like you said, it is counters in hand right now.
Could be 2 blast breaths.
Yeah, honestly, and that is very, very good defense.
Right, because Thunder Bagua wouldn't really help in this case, just because that secondary ability of, I mean, it's a counter, right? But the secondary ability of Dawn is not ideal.
Yeah, you wouldn't get the value out of it.
So it looks like the Law player is going to attack with Character Law for 6k, presumably into leader, just because 7k King is unaffected by that.
And so, of course, now Kaido trying to decide, do you block with the queen or do you counter?
Looks
And it
like that is
he
a
had
counter.
another 2k counter out of hand.
And this is smart by the Law player to go for 6k, just because you force your opponent to drop all those 2k counters.
Yep. And then even if they decide to block with the queen, then queen could still get KO'd, and then or they would still have to discard from hand.
Whew. Rush.
Able to get another Zoro.
Oh my.
Oh, and he's playing the 8 cost kid variant.
That is. Well, that's detrimental unless the Kaido player has. Well, I mean, you can still attack with it because 8 cost kid is not active right now.
Yeah.
But with this much life in the lead, like, Law's feeling pretty comfortable.
Yeah. Things are. It's looking tough. I mean, Kaido can still pull it out for sure, but it is going to be an uphill battle. Still with 10 gone.
Yeah, I wonder though if the Law player is trying to bait out the board wipe.
Yeah.
Right.
True.
I mean, we already know he has a Rush Zoro in hand, and we already know he has a Rush Luffy in hand.
Luffy. Yep.
So it could
That's
be
true.
that he's trying to bait it out and not play them too early, where they could get destroyed. So this is
That's a very
actually,
good point.
yeah, very smart tactics potentially by the Law player.
Gets another queen out. Gonna be able to send one back. Onigashima will bring that back anyways. So you're gonna draw 2, discard 1. Decides to pitch off an extra Onigashima, so getting a value off that. That's probably the most optimal situation that you want to see with Kaido. And so now only having 5 active Dawn. Decides
Oh
to
my
play
God.
another queen. Oh my
Build
god.
up the walls.
But again, we know he has an unblockable Luffy, so he could just jump past those if need be. But obviously, with still 2 life, it'll probably be too premature to play that.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the thing is for the Kaido player too, he's still able, or he sees a pathway to get to late game, and so
Yeah.
by having 3 queens out, I mean, it's pretty nice. You just need to control board at this point, and
Yep.
by knocking out the blocker Law, definitely a great step towards that goal.
Completely agree.
Your boy Rai, bruh. Yeah, I agree, bruh. Can we get some bruh in chat? So yeah, so turn does pass over to the Law player. Has 10 active Dawns, so we'll see what happens. Does play Jewelry Bonnie, activating her ability, which is why 2 Dawn was tapped, just for simplicity's sake. And does manage to grab a blocker, which is very huge.
Nice. Yep. We talked about it before. Being able to have 8 cost kid plus a blocker on board is absolutely huge.
And also smart sequencing too here by attacking with the Law before playing that blocker. And does bait out the block plus the counter, meaning that that queen is safe.
Indeed. So queen is down. Now there's 2 more queens to try to get past. Here comes Zoro.
Adding
Catching
one onto
one?
him makes sense. Because now he needs to spend another resource to counter, but instead we'll just take the loss. 1 queen down, 2 more to go.
Yep. And now gonna be able to attack here. He's either gonna have to take the hit or block with queen, because I don't think he has the counters in hand.
Yeah, and there's no open Dawn either, so no event cards coming out. And looks like, yep, that is 2 queen down, 1 to go.
And so now you're feeling really good if you're Law, because
Yep.
Obviously, now you're able to just get out your blocker for free with the shambles, and now he has to attack the kid, and you're still at 4 life.
Yeah, and
We
returns
see the
Otama to
temples.
hand. That is nice.
Yeah. But that's the thing, right? Like, we're just talking about it. Like, even if the 10 cost Kaido comes out here, like, Law can recover from it very well right now. So,
Yeah, I will say, I think the board wipe Kaido is still detrimental to Law. It's just, you know, recovery is possible. Because, I mean, you're with board wipe Kaido, you're getting rid of... And that's not it, is it? No.
that's 7 cost King.
Yeah.
So, he's going to be able to pop, I would assume, the Zoro and the Beige is what I'm assuming.
Yeah, that makes the most sense.
Yeah.
Sorry, anytime I see a swirl of orange, purple, and blue, I'm like, is that Kaido? But no, honestly, 7 cost King, very useful in this situation to, you know, remove even more elements from a Law board.
Yeah, for sure. And I think a lot more people are starting to see a lot of value in the 7 cost King. But here we see 3 Dawn being attached to the 6 cost King to make him 10k and going to attack the kid, but it will be successfully blocked, or countered rather, with cards in hand.
Yep, thanks to that Otama that he returned to hand. So it turned out to be very, very useful.
Yep, agreed. And now the turn passes back to Law. What will he be able to do here?
Yeah. And for those wondering, he didn't attack with the leader just because it is kind of fruitless to attack into the kid at 5k. So does activate the Jewelry Bonnie once again, finds a blocker killer. So once again, I think we're getting into the point where Law is potentially running out of gas, but obviously we still haven't seen that rush Luffy, so he's still in a good spot.
Yeah, and I feel like that Jewelry Bunny needs to get off the board some way, somehow, just because he'll just keep getting gas, right? Like, he's literally drawing 2 cards every turn, 1 for his draw phase and 1 from Jewelry Bunny. So he just continuously has resources here. Gonna attack with the kid and then get the blocker off the board. So now things are gonna be looking a lot more aggressive here.
Interesting that he plays the Brook, the starter deck Brook, putting 2 Rested Dawn onto his leader. And then for 2 is also going to play the blocker killer.
Ooh, and he's attaching even more. Okay.
This is a big Law hit for 9k.
Yeah.
Is he aiming for a king? Yep.
Yeah.
That makes the most sense just because you don't want that many kings on the board because those are very good aggressors.
Yeah, I agree. And now, like, okay, like, what can he attack with, right? He could attack with his other king. He could attack with his Kaido. But, like, even if he does, again, the attack has to go to Kid. He has a blocker. Like, he has so much defense right now that being able to get rid of that 1 extra attacker will guarantee that, like, next turn he could potentially threaten lethal.
Yeah. Anytime I see the Kaido player touch all of his Dawn, I'm just like, is it happening? But no, instead it is going to be another 7 cost king, I believe, with the Dawn -2. Gonna knock out the killer and the Jewelry Bonnie.
Finally. He really needed to get that off the board, so I'm happy he was able to do that. But still a huge hill to climb. Gonna be attaching more Dawn,
and there it
finally
is.
He gets it. Okay.
8 cost kid is down.
Holy, what a slog! What a match! This is an awesome matchup.
Yeah.
This is an awesome matchup. I love the back and forth.
Kaido does attack into life finally, taking 1 out and bringing Law down to 3. Turn does pass. So now what is Law gonna do, right? We know we have a rush Luffy still in hand, but with 2 life and 3 big attacks essentially, I think he's gonna need to find some of his pieces. He agrees by playing the Nami for 1 and reveals a Tony Chopper. I think he's trying to stall to find some gas.
Yeah, no, he has to, right? Because again, we have to remember about the Kaido leader ability. Like, once Law gets to 2 life, he's in lethal threshold, like, instantly. So, like right now, he needs to start thinking about defense. And again, we're seeing the value of 7 cost king. We're seeing why so many people are valuing to play 3 over 2, because of this type of matchup, or a lot of people playing Zoro, right? Those kings single-handedly are allowing the Kaido player to get back into the game. So now we're seeing 2 Dawn being attached to Brook. Brook is going to swing into Kaido. Takes the hit, so only one more.
No
so is it
trigger
going to try to
either.
go for game, do you think?
I mean, with Rush Luffy, I mean, there's no blockers. Well, it does attach 3 onto Nami, making it, what, a 6 or a 5k attacker? So
Yeah.
one counter will defend
Because
against it.
Kaido could have no counters, right? Kaido is
That's
a deck that like can brick.
And we see 8k. Oh my gosh.
Oh, he had no counters, so he
counters
just
in
went for the
hand.
game.
That is
What a match!
GG's. What a crazy match. That
was good.
exactly. Oh, and then Rush Kaido again. So next turn, I think would have been a very dangerous one for the Law player. But I mean, I think just not seeing the counters and not having counters in life to grab. And I imagine that Thunder Bagua and potentially that Blast Breath might have come out of life during that last turn, just because he didn't leave any Dawn up. So
yeah, that's a tough thing. Like it was really, really tough. I honestly thought that the Kaido player was going to be able to turn it, but then like we both discussed, right? Like purple is a deck where sometimes you might not have any counters because everything has no counter in terms of your big bodies, and that's exactly what happened. Like you said, he left no Dawn open. He had 2 Rush Kaidos in hand. That just meaning that the Nami could just swing for 5k and the Brook can swing for 5k, and it was more than enough.
yeah. Using the Dawn to bring them, potentially back to just normal attacking range, was probably pretty smart. And so I think that was pretty well done by the Law player. Just to kind of get out, because there was a while where the gas did slow down. It was a little difficult to get through, and I think they did well to get out of that hole.
Yeah, for sure. And sometimes it is just the luck of the draw, right? Obviously, the Kaido players seen Onigashima a little bit late. They seen King a little bit late. If they seen King early, that definitely would have made a world of a difference. But hey, it's card games. It's RNG. That's just how the deck goes. That's just how the game's played. And given the tools that he had, I think that he played really well. It was a really fun match to watch.
Yeah, for sure. Speaking of fun match to watch, there's another great one happening in Skirmish 2. Or 12. Sorry.
12? Oh,
I can read numbers.
Okay, so we got Kid versus Dofi.
Yeah, so once again, we're watching a Fullbringer match with that Dofi deck that we saw earlier. Had that interview where we talked about what aggro Dofi kind of looks like. But we do have a Kid with a pretty full board, even though at 2 life, I mean, pretty solid defenses up right now. And the Okiku.
Indeed, and the Okiku on the board. If we take a look right now, the Doflamingo player hasn't taken any damage as of yet.
Yeah, which is pretty nice, to be honest.
Yeah.
But he does have to find a way to get over that 8-cost Kid. Does have the Mihawk out, which is nice. But other than Mihawk, not a whole lot that can swing over unless you power it up with Dawn.
Yeah, and then on top of that, he has double killers plus beige. So like,
yeah, it is.
That is gonna be interesting.
There is a fortress around that Kid.
Yeah, that is for sure. So it looks like he counters with X-Drake from hand, and it looks like he only has 1 left in hand as well. So on the backswing here now, obviously Doflamingo has his Doflamingo character card as a blocker, but if I'm the Kid player, I'm gonna be trying to get that Mihawk off board ASAP.
Absolutely. Very smart of Dofi player to play a blocker here, just because he can anticipate that aggression. So 2 blockers on the field for Dofi to match the 3 that are on the field for Kid. And don't forget, Kid's leader ability does allow him to swing twice, so we might see some pretty good aggression coming towards that Mihawk.
Also, Okiku on board as well, being able to rest one of the blockers. We can't forget that as well.
True.
That will be very, very good.
And I think we're about to see that right here, right now. So Kid putting 1 onto Okiku does attack into leader, suspending the Dofi, it seems.
Okay, so that is a really good play here. So now the only blocker to worry about is the Trafalgar Law. Trying to get some aggression. We talked about the Dofi not taking a single hit yet, but going for the board control, going for the Gecko Moria.
And I was wrong. It wasn't into leader. It was into Gecko Moria.
So now I wonder how he wants to play this. Does he decide to try to just kill the Dofi now, so that way like the blocker itself is off the board, or does he not worry too much because he has Okiku?
I imagine that he's going to swing into Mihawk, right? I think Mihawk is too dangerous of a problem. But, see, this thing, I don't play Dofi, so...
Yeah, I think it's just because obviously Doflamingo, like if you leave it up, then he just becomes a blocker again the next turn, right? So I think it's better just get it off the board now.
And now that I think about it, it makes sense because we know that blue doesn't have any ways to bypass blocker, and by having three blockers on there, I mean you can bounce them back, but the odds of you having enough Dawn and enough cards in hand
to bounce three,
it's kind of improbable. So that does make sense as to why you would prioritize the blocker in this case.
Yeah.
Setting out the 3 Dawn just in case. Gonna attach another one onto Kid.
Yeah, so it's gonna be 10k now. So is he indeed gonna go for the Mihawk?
Does
Love
go
beam
for Mihawk. Level of beams to counter it. Gets that additional draw. So still 1 card in hand, but...
I mean... Now it's tough, right? Because like who knows what he drew, but if I'm him, I'm attaching. Yeah, might as well just play it safe. Obviously, with Kid, he can restand and attack.
Yeah.
And then try to get the last blocker out.
That's true. So you would restand, discard 1, attach the 2 left onto maybe Kid, and then swing at 7k, or you can just swing at 5k, leaving 2 Dawn up for your potential event counters.
Yeah.
So there's a couple of things that can happen here. So he does go for the Kid leader ability, and does attach the 2. Gonna swing 7k into Dofi. Try and knock down some of that life because.
Will he finally get a hit?
Will he? We'll see.
Oh, he got it. He got it. He got it.
No trigger. So now Dofi is down to 4.
Okay. Time to refresh. Let's see what Dofi could do here. Again, the problems right now for Dofi are the killers and the beige. How does he deal with that?
Yeah,
can he deal with that?
It's going to be very tough. Like what? Do you load up Perona to try and attack into... Well, the thing is, you would need to load Perona by, what, 6 Dawn to even just make it viable to threaten A-Cost Kid, right?
Yeah, and then it just gets blocked. So, like, I feel like he needs, like, 7 cost Doflamingo here to at least bounce a blocker, and then, like, he just needs to slowly, like, build up his board with, like, Virgos, Doflamingos, and Mihawks. Because, like, again, this is why everybody says that, like, Kid is, like, the most difficult matchup for Blue, because how do you get over this now, right?
Yeah, right. Like, I mean, you could try and take a risk by blind Dofying, right? So attach 3 onto Dofi, make him 8k, swing into Kid while activating 1, get a, you know, one of those, like a Marshall D. Teach or something, a Blackbeard, right? But this is all very hypothetical, like,
best case scenario.
Yeah, almost like blackjack, counting cards, trying to see what the ratios are.
Right.
Yeah, it's not looking good for Blue.
Because, like, of course there's a life discrepancy, but that could easily be caught back up.
Yeah, I think you're right. We definitely need to see a Virgo, a Mihawk, or a 7-cost Dofi.
Yeah, I think that's the best case scenario. But let's see. I think you might be going for what you said. He attached 3
Dawn onto Dofi. Trying to count out the Dawn, see what's available.
Oh my gosh, even more?
Well, the thing is, you can block.
Yeah, it's just gonna get blocked, right?
But we'll see what happens. He needs to guarantee a block. And then, is he gonna... Yeah, he's gonna blind.
Marshall D. Teach? Oh, okay, we get the Gecko Moria.
Gecko Moria, okay. I mean, it doesn't help the current game, like, board state, but... I mean, it puts a 5-cost body in there, and then you can potentially get a counter. If there's, like, any of the 2... If the Star Deck Mihawk is in there, you can grab that. Deciding on... Yep, Star Deck Mihawk. Gotchi says, I'm pretty sure I've had nightmares where this board state was in front of me. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, this is kind of the Dofi deck's worst nightmare, right? Is having just a bunch of blockers and no real ways to bounce them back.
Yeah, like I hate to say it, but and I don't want to be too premature, but I don't know how he can overcome this board.
Yeah, although I will say for any NFL fans, if you saw last night's NFL game of the Jaguars versus the Chargers, you know that anything is possible. They came back 27-0.
Jeez.
So, Blue might be able to pull it out, but they do attack with the Mihawk, forcing the block from Killer, which also does mean, because it had one Dawn, does get the draw. But I'm not sure if it did or not. I kind of missed it. But does put out one blocker, Law, to try and mitigate some of this attack that's going to be coming out next turn.
Yeah,
and honestly,
so
if I'm...
I
was going to say, if I'm the Dofi player, I would be happy if they tried to attack my Gecko Moria.
Yeah, same. So, going to rest the Law with the Okiku effect. And now we don't know what Okiku's targeting.
I feel like it's... Yeah, I mean, is it Gecko Moria?
Could be.
Oh,
and
it
it
does
just gets
counter.
2k counter.
I mean, I think that is a good move in the sense that, like, Dofi now has the ability to have two viable attackers.
Yeah. Is he taking it back? Or...
Yeah, because right now only the Okiku seems to have been declared. Also, for
Yeah.
everyone wondering in chat, we do not have audio into what's happening there. So is gonna play a Momo, try and search for some additional pieces. Oh, finds the Cat Viper.
Cat Viper, really, really good piece.
Yeah, especially since it can tap down the other blocker.
Yep. And then if I'm the kid player here, I'm just trying to clear the board, probably.
Yeah, probably so.
Okay. There's the Cat Viper. That's
So-
the other blocker.
Yep. So now everything is pretty much open to be attacked into. And with Dofi only having 2 cards in hand, going to be really difficult to potentially counter out of anything.
Yeah.
So, did attach 2 onto Kid, and is swinging, if I had to guess, into Gecko Moria. I mean, could also be trying to kill one of the blockers, but... Or life. Not sure. There's a
Let's
couple
see.
viable targets here.
Yeah. So it looks like it is to life.
So that life card does go to hand, and 3 attached onto Kid, making that 11k.
Yeah. So I guess another Love Beam here. Yep, there it is. Gets to draw 1.
See, this part I'm curious about. I would have
attacked. I would have attacked first, like the Mihawk first. I was just thinking.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. But
Because now look, right? He had 1 extra card. Like maybe one of those 2k counters were the ones that he just got from the life, right?
Yeah.
I don't know.
So now he's at 3 life, even though did I say 4? And turn does pass. So yeah, that's an interesting decision to attack into leader versus trying to get rid of the Mihawk. And I mean, it must mean that he's not too afraid of the Mihawk, even though he only has 1 blocker remaining.
Yeah, because once that blocker is gone, then Dofi can play the game again.
Yeah, but I mean, both Gecko Moria and Dofi can go up to 8k to threaten 8-cost Kid.
Yeah. And do we know how many cards are in the kid's hand?
I don't know off the top of my head, but if I had to guess, it's about 2 or 3.
Okay.
Based on the very accurate measurement of guessing card size.
see him pick up 3 Dawn, 4 Dawn,
5 Dawn. 5 Dawn for what, though? Is he going to attach that?
Yeah, so now it's 10k, and again, it could just get blocked by a Beige, but that's fine, because then he can guarantee that he kills the 8-cost kid.
It does reveal a Virgo, which is kind of nice that he knows that Virgo's coming up.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
My god, he just countered it. He didn't even block it.
Yeah. Wow. Fair enough.
I mean, honestly, that's nice because that obviously saves the block for, you know, potentially Gecko Moria, potentially, Mihawk, right?
Yep. And so now, obviously, he can attach Dawn to Gecko Moria. Gecko Moria can attack and try to bait out this Beige.
Right. Only needs 1k counter to try and will do to 1k.
Wow, and he gets it. Oh my gosh.
This is... Dang.
I mean, it's still not the worst considering he has 2 Trafalgar Law blockers here, because now it's guaranteed, like, he has no more blockers now. And he has no cards in hand, so it just comes down to whatever he top decks here. If he top decks another blocker, then oh my gosh, but...
And does play another law.
Okay, and just like that, the Dofi player has turned the board state around.
Yeah, no, this is a really good board state for it, just because, like we said, green doesn't have any way to sort of get through blockers the same way red does, potentially. And we do know that Virgo is coming next turn.
And now, obviously, I don't want to harp on it because it's already done, but, like, I really do feel that it was a mistake attacking the leader first, right? Like,
right.
Like, if he doesn't do that, that's 1 less 2k counter out of hand, because now we know the other card was Law in his hand, so it wouldn't be a counter. So it would have died. And the fact that it stayed alive now, like that, it completely shifted the game.
Yeah, so Dofi now is at 3 life. The die has been changed. So the life totals are pretty close here. I mean, we can't, forget that Kid can just swing wildly.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're completely right.
But, in order to even take out 1 life, you need to have 4 viable attackers. And right now, there's, without any Dawn attached, there's 3.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we'll see what happens. Right now, Kid is trying to play the numbers game in terms of how much Dawn to attach, how much to save for abilities, for Okiku. So don't forget, Okiku can suspend 1.
Yes.
But yeah, I mean, with 3 attackers next turn, with Virgo potentially coming out into the board, I mean,
the game completely shifted from that one play. Because I'm just trying to think what else he could do here, right?
Yeah, I mean, so tap down 1 blocker. Is he countering with the boa, or is he just? Yeah, I don't think he. I think he was trying to figure out what's going on, and he just put down his card or his hand.
Oh.
I don't think he meant to reveal that.
Yeah, I
so
agree.
Audience, forget what you just saw.
Well, now he knows that he has a 1k counter in hand. Oh, and he's scooping.
He's scooping?
I think so. He just flipped over his life, right?
Wow.
Because I think that he feels like he can't get through the 3. I think he realized his mistake, right? And like, now it's too difficult to get through because he has no blocker. He only had the 1 card in hand. Yeah. So the 8-cost kid dies for sure. And then, yeah, he has 3 blockers, so he can't even kill the Mihawk.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing is, like, if you drew into an 8-cost kid, right, the next turn. Because I don't think he would have had game next turn for the Dofi player, right?
No, he wouldn't have, but again, it's like you said, like, that's literally probably the only card that could have saved him.
Yeah.
But, yeah, no, I do agree. I probably wouldn't have scooped. I would have just played it out. To be fair, I don't think Kid could have come back. But I probably would have played out just because, I mean, like, we already got this far into the tournament, but, it was overtime, so it was in time, so...
Oh, I see. So, okay, so everyone in chat, it wasn't a scoop, and that's the problem. Next time, I think we're going to have a round timer, or at least Q yell at me when it's rounds, but that was overtime.
Yeah. So...
Hey, how's it going?
Hey.
Thank you.
I was sitting in there the whole time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, what a match. That was tough. It was tough.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy. I mean, yeah, let's digest that a little bit, then go to commercial break, and then kind of wrap up with round 5, which should be the final round, right?
It is the final round.
It's the final countdown. So yeah, but I mean, I think if that had gone further, right? I think Dofi still had a good shot, but yeah, there were still some elements where, you know, if Kid drew into another ACOS Kid, I think he would have been pretty solid.
Yeah.
Losing, I think still on the back foot, but still solid.
Yeah, I agree. But overall, really fun matches all throughout the entire day, and now we are approaching the final round. Who will take home the box?
For sure. And yeah, so let's go do a commercial break. Thank you so much for everyone in chat who has been hanging around. Currently at 80 concurrent views, so this is pretty sick. But yeah, let's go to commercial break, and then we'll return in just a moment. So everyone, grab your popcorn, grab your drinks. This is going to be an awesome match. All right. What is up, everyone? Welcome back to the other tournament. We are now going into Game 5. So, Q, how much are we essentially ready to go, or do we still have time before round starts?
I was just about to kick it off.
All right. So, we are down in table 12, I believe.
Yep.
All right. So let's go ahead and hop into that match.
Sounds good. So it looks like we will be witnessing Don Quixote Doflamingo versus Trafalgar Law.
Ooh, this is a very interesting one. Congrats again for Fullbringer and Valor J to be making it into the finals, our last two undefeated. Winner of this will be the winner of the entire tournament and grab the sealed OP01 booster box. So, looks like Dofi is going to play the Perona. Turn 1 Perona, look at top 5, see what's available.
Yep, and again, this is the dream scenario for all Dofi players, being able to see that Perona turn 1, if not Dofi turn 2. So really good. Let's see how he decides to stack it. We've seen some masterful gameplay so far from Fullbringer DC earlier on in the day in terms of how he stacks his deck. So let's see if he continues to do so here in the finals.
So still looking at it, still trying to see what is there.
I just love the Doflamingo Funko Pop in the back.
Listen, we've seen Fullbringer at least 3 times during these matches, right? And
Yeah,
I think the Funko Pop is giving him luck. Dofi is looking over him.
I think you're right. I think that's the key to any tournament, is to just have your character, your leader, as a Funko Pop and bring it with you. That's the play. Okay, so we finished stacking our deck. Turn passes over to Law. Law is immediately going to swing into Doflamingo here. Let's see if he decides to take the hit or not. It's really early, so I wouldn't be surprised if he just decides to take the hit. But he's thinking it through. He's thinking it through. Obviously, Law here having 3 Dawn. We'll see what he decides to do. He decides to block or counter with the Doflamingo from hand, which is quite interesting. Mm-hmm. Then leads the Trafalgar Law to play the Nico Robin here on turn 2.
Yep, and then turn passes. That Nico Robin is a bit of a problem for such low-costed, characters such as, or low-powered characters such as Blue.
Yep.
Had some technical difficulties there because my screen just went crazy, so apologies for that.
Yeah, it happened on my screen too. I was like, oh.
So yeah, let's see what Dofi does. Is going to attach 2 onto here. I'm smelling the leader ability coming into play.
Yep. So that's going to go to face here.
And then +1. So, reveal.
Ooh, my boy! That's my boy right there, the Marshall D. Teach.
Marshall D. Teach in order to take that Nico Robin off the board. We just talked about how problematic it can be. So this is great value for the Dofi player to get rid of a problematic character and get a life off of already a weak-ish life state, right?
Yeah,
and we'll play the Perona.
Really, really good. I guess that's why he also didn't mind ditching the Doflamingo, because he's like, okay, I have Perona, it's less of a cost. I already know that I stack my deck to get the Marshall D. Teach. And it's really good to get that Marshall D. Teach here, right? It sets back the Law player 1 turn in a way, right?
For sure.
So can't complain. So 1 Dawn attached to Law here, going to be swinging 6k, and I would assume he's going for the Marshall D. Teach here. But again, we don't know for certain. Let's see what exactly he's targeting.
Yeah, no blockers either, so we'll just take that hit.
Yeah. And then we just get a beige as well as a Nico Robin back on board. And then the turn will pass back over to Doflamingo.
You know, it'd be very mean if Dofi did stack another Marshall D Teach into the top deck.
And then just spins back to Nico Robin again.
Yeah, because, I mean, if he saw it there, right, I don't imagine that that's an awful play, right?
Right.
Because it gets rid of that Nico Robin.
Yeah. And again, we just talked about it. It sets it back a little bit more, right? And that's what you need against this law. You don't. The longer you could delay the room shambles technologies, then you're sitting pretty.
So is grabbing 2 Dawn. Is it going on to Dofi? It is. So
it
that is
is.
a 7k attack going in, and seems to be debating. Oh, it does not activate the ability, but Law does lose the life.
Yeah. Very, very interesting, but we've talked about it before in previous rounds. Law is fine going down to about 2 life or so. Now we're going to see him start playing defense, but here's the Jinbei.
Wow.
I love this Jinbei. Spinning back to the bottom of the deck. Such a good card.
Yeah, I mean, this is really great from Dofi's standpoint of finding all of the control elements, right?
Exactly. We talked about potentially stacking another Marshall D Teach. Well, if you don't have that, what else can you have? You have the Jinbei, right? Which in some cases is even better because you're spinning it to the bottom of the deck. So say goodbye to that Nico Robin. Of course, Law now having a ton of Dawn to play with. Now the question is, does he have a ton of tiny bodies to flood the board? So he's going to start off his turn with attacking with the Law, and it's going to get countered by discarding the Virgo from hand. And here comes Blocker Killer, the Blocker Killer. There we go. And there comes another Blocker Killer.
I mean, we might just well call him Blocker.
Yeah, I know, right? Okay, and so he does have the small bodies to flood the board, as I was just talking about. He now has 3 blockers on board, 2 of them allowing him to draw when blocked. So let's see how he decides to play this up.
All right, so it's now Dofi's turn. Dofi taking a look, trying to figure out what Dawn combination gets him to, you know, whittle down that Law just a little bit. Does have 3 blockers, so that is a little bit intimidating.
Yeah. But we have seen before, it is definitely possible to just whittle down those blockers one by one. So we'll see if it can be done here.
Yeah, definitely not the first time that Fullbringer has encountered a blocker-heavy board state.
Yeah, exactly. So it looks like he's going to attach the Dawn to Perona here maybe and just swing at the leader. Oh, no, he goes
over into Jinbei. Maybe. And confirmed, attached on the Jinbei. That has 3 additional Dawn onto him. Does just get blocked, but because of the killer blocker's ability, Law does get the draw.
Mm-hmm.
So trying to find a little bit of that gas.
Yeah. And I think if you're Doflamingo here, like, you're fine with this. Like, the way you look at it is you have to get through these blockers at some point. So yeah, of course he gets to draw now, but like, you have to deal with it because if not, then we already know, like, if Kid comes out, then it's going to be a problem, right? So, and there's the other Marshall D Teach.
Kind of wild, right?
Yeah. Okay, so with 1 Dawn attached to the Doflamingo here, it's going to go into leader. He's going to have to discard the 2k counter Luffy from hand. And, you know, we were talking about how before, like, the previous Law player were like, this is like the perfect, like, dream start. Yeah. I feel like this is a really good start for Doflamingo, right? We're almost at the late game, and we haven't seen a single room shambles. Like, this is a really, really good start.
Yeah, I mean, and Dofi has honestly just flooded the board, not even with its ability, but just by playing cards from hand.
Yeah. So it does look like the Jinbei does get KO'd by the Trafalgar Law. Looks like he's tapping a bunch. We know that Kid's going to be coming out here now, kind of like what we just discussed. And now there's double blockers on board.
All right, so this is where the matchup really gets tricky for Dofi, because does he have the firepower to swing over that that 8-cost Kid, right? If he has a Mihawk in hand, he can. We know he's already sacrificed one of his Virgos.
Yes.
So we'll see what he has coming up, but he does have all 10 Dawn available.
Yeah, if he has a Mihawk here, that would be absolutely amazing. He's in such a good state in terms of life, so like he can comfortably play the Mihawk even if he has just 1 Dawn open. He's completely fine with that. It's not the end of the world. because next turn he'll have access to it. Even a 7-cost Doflamingo here would be nice. Just like you said, get a body with 7,000 power on board. I think that's what he's looking for right now.
Yeah, because it's going to take a lot of Dawn to get Marshall D Teach up to that speed. Does attach Dawn onto Dofi, which looks like 3 Dawn, right?
Yes.
So
that
8K.
did look like 3 to me.
Yeah. Thinking about it. Yeah, Dofi's still in a pretty nice spot with 5 life, but instead of the block, he will just counter.
Yep.
So very smart on, the law players. Oh, there it is. Virgo is on the board. So as long as that Virgo can stay on the board,
yeah,
it'll be good.
I agree. So it's exactly like what we were talking about. Needed to get that 7,000 body on board, so now he can start threatening that. But to your point, can he keep it on the board? Will we see a jet pistol coming down on him? Because we do know that laws like to play Otama as well as jet pistols. So let's see how that pans out.
Yeah, having that combo here for Law would be nice. So it looks like Jewelry Bonnie is activated to get a Rush Zoro. So we do have some aggro here. So we could start seeing some shambles shenanigans happening relatively soon.
Yep. I would say that we are long due for it here. The match has gone on quite some time, and this will be the first time we'll be seeing it. But for now, just going to be attacking with the Zoro.
Really, only the viable target for the Zoro attack is going to be that Dofi. So debating whether or not to take that life or not.
Yep.
And honestly, at 5 life, feel pretty comfortable probably taking it at this point, right?
Most definitely.
But instead, we're going to see a Love Mellow come out, draw 1 from that. So pretty good play.
Yeah.
While maintaining the 5 life, because we do know that with the proper setup, Law Shambles can get pretty rocky.
Yeah. So finally decides to take a life here.
Yep. And then, is this an attack with the 8-cost kid?
I believe it is, and it does successfully go through. So now we're going to get Shambles technology. There we go. Bring out the Law. Bounce that back up to hand. Will he play the Zoro again? No, he plays the Killer and attaches 1 Dawn. So he can continue to draw. And just like that, it took him the full 5 turns, but he finally was able to do it.
Yep. It goes to Dofi now. This is a bit of an intimidating board, and I think it is a smart play by the Law player to grab that blocker from the Shambles ability. Just because it's less of an aggro deck and more of a sort of mid-range deck at this point.
Yeah, I agree, 100%. So let's see, how does he decide to play this out now? He does have the Virgo, so he goes for Perona here.
Very interesting. So yeah, he can. Well, there's 3 blockers now, so that is a problem.
Yeah.
And he does need to attach at least 3 Dawn onto Dofi to make it an 8 cost or 8K. And then 4 Dawn onto Marshall D Teach to make it 8K. And that's 7 Dawn already out of your 10.
Yeah.
2 available for Dofi. But, it's potentially necessary.
It's tight.
Also, I forgot that Chopper is a blocker, so actually there's
Chopper's
4.
also blockers. Yeah, so I don't think the attacks are going to go through.
That is rough.
Like, kid with 4 blockers? My God. Like...
Yeah.
I mean, but we've seen it happen before, so I'm not ruling anything out, right? He just has to slowly whittle it down. It is possible. Is it doable? Potentially.
Yeah. I do wonder if... I feel like he has to attack here just to try and get the blockers out of there. Right? Yeah, like, you have to do something, because if not, like, you're just going to lose, because he'll just be able to continuously swing with the 8-cost kid, so... He has to do something here. And it's very clear that, like, obviously he doesn't have the Doflamingo, he doesn't have the Mihawk, especially Mihawk, because Mihawk would have been played. Right. Could have eliminated, the Killer at least, right? Bottom deck it.
Yeah. Or even the Law, the 5-cost Law,
it is
right?
a 7 cost that it can target. So we are going to see, I think, 3 Dawn attached onto Dofi, making it 8K.
Yes.
and is gonna, well, hasn't seemingly declared something yet, is debating whether or not to use the ability. Which means that it probably isn't a Martial D teach.
Right. And so it's interesting because he already has 5 characters on board, so he'd be giving up one of his Perona. Obviously, he stacked his deck with the Perona he just used. So I guess whatever it may be, like it's something that he feels would aid him. Now, I'm wondering if that's a Gecko Moria, so he could pull something back from trash, but
instead it seems like he's about to attach it.
Yeah. See, but that's interesting, right? But I guess, again, it's just to get the guaranteed block. But here he just blocks with Killer, I would assume, and just get the +1.
Right, because the Law player has already shown a penchant for just countering as opposed to blocking.
Yeah.
So, could be... If he wants to try and get rid of the blocker, he does need to add maybe a little bit more gas. The cards have not come down yet since this potential attachment. So we're waiting to see the final result of what might be coming at this Law player.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a very, very good point you brought up just now, right? The fact that the willingness to just continue to use his hand as a resource, maintain his board. If he doesn't attach enough Dawn, then that attack just goes to waste, right?
Yeah. Because you really need to get a blocker out.
Yeah, he has to. So it looks like he's attaching a lot more, to your point.
Which is interesting, because then you still need to at least have 1 onto Virgo in order to even threaten.
Yeah.
So this is... we didn't see the final number, but this is a lot.
Yeah. I believe it's 6 he attached. I could be wrong.
Right, that makes sense because of what's remaining.
Okay, so there is the Kikomoria, which we thought.
And I can see why you would hesitate with that, right?
Yeah.
Does grab Martial D Teach from trash, so can bounce back something later, but the attack is blocked by Killer.
Indeed it is. And now Virgo will be getting the remaining Dawn there, and will be going straight into the face of Kid, and then, like you said, he's using the counters in his hand.
Yeah, I mean, using counters is smart, especially in a Law, because your board state is the most important, and to save as many blockers as possible. I mean, this is very solid.
Yep, I agree. And so now it's refreshed and back over to the Law player. So it's still 3 life to 2 life advantage Doflamingo. But look at the board. Both players have a pretty formidable board, but obviously 8-cost Kid is something that is very, very scary. And so the Nami gets played here. Gonna be looking at the top 5. And what does he pull? He pulls the Sanjis. He's able to get a 2k counter to hand. Attaching 1 over to the Eustace Kid. And I believe he is declaring an attack.
An attack into Virgo. Makes sense. Does have to commit 3k worth of counters onto him.
Yeah, since the Kid is 9k, and then now attaching 2 Dawn to Trafalgar Law, and it looks like he's going to attack with Trafalgar Law.
Is it into Virgo again? I imagine maybe. Oh no, instead it is going to be Gecko Moria, which is pretty nice because it removes another viable attacker.
Yep.
And here comes the aggro.
Yeah. I wonder if he's going to look to... Okay.
Whew.
There's another 2 cards out of hand.
2 2k counters in order to keep Virgo on the board.
Oh, he has it.
Oh my
he
god.
Has the starter deck Law. This is the technologies that I've been practicing with a lot. Being able to restand his his Law that had so much Dawn attached to it, and able to get the successful attack off Virgo. So that must feel so bad. You use all those cards, everything in your hand to keep the Virgo alive. And then starter deck Law comes out and just restands, and then now it's just dead anyways.
Yeah, and Law still has 2 blockers there, and I mean, you've removed a very important threat. The only thing that here that could help maybe a Mihawk if available.
Yeah, true. Yeah, I think the Mihawk is the play looking for, and then even then it's like he's gonna be tapped out. He'll only have 1 Dawn available. 3 life, of course, is still formidable, but again, now you have starter deck Law, who's definitely just gonna be used as an attacker now. We see the willingness to attack with blocker Law as well, so you got to be worried about potentially getting into lethal range without any defense.
Yeah. Yeah, this is, I mean, we've seen it already where Dofi has kind of faced some really intimidating boards. I think this one is probably the most intimidating because it is very well balanced between defense and offense. So what will Dofi do here? Has to attach Dawn to still just try and get rid of that 8-cost kid. 8-cost kid proving the oppressiveness of it.
It's a card that's just it will always just be strong, man. As long as you can only attack it, it will always be powerful.
Yeah, until we get to OP02.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So it looks like the 2020 Chopper will be used to block. Actually,
Hey, thank you for
Maybe
subscribing to the channel.
okay, it is. So there goes the 2020 Chopper.
Well, that's one blocker down.
Yep.
Let's see if there's any more answers. We do have another Virgo hop onto the
Nice.
board. Obviously can't attack because it is just a vanilla, but still a really great body to, potentially go into it again. So we're probably going to see less aggro from the Law player this turn, unless he just has the absolute gas in his hands.
Yeah, I mean, if I was him, and maybe I'm just throwing the game here, but I would like to see him go super aggressive here. Because I feel like the fact that now that I know that he's playing the starter deck Law, like I wonder if he has another copy in his hand, or if he plays multiple copies in his deck. Because if he does, then like things can get messy real quickly. So he's just gonna attack with his leader and automatically get a 2K counter out of hand.
Then taps one, then the other for the Jewelry Bonnie. Oh, and does get the Rush Luffy.
So good. That's so good because now, depending on the situation, he could easily just yeah, is he gonna go for it? Yes, he does.
Shambles into it. And there's no blocker, so he doesn't need to really attach 2 Dawn onto it.
Yeah, and then now he takes the hit.
Dofi is now down to 2.
And now the scary thing is, like, as long as he keeps 5 Dawn open, I'm terrified. And the reason for that is because if he plays another starter deck Law, then the game could potentially be over if he doesn't have the counters. Because I believe Dofi only has 2 cards in hand, right?
Yep. Now 3, because he does take that life from the starter deck. And Law is going for it.
Yeah, okay, this is what I wanted to see, because now it's going to come down to, like, if I'm him, I don't know, this might be throw, but I would attach everything, and just attack
0
for me.
life, attaching everything.
Like,
Does
you
he
better have the
enough?
counter. If he has it, he has it. If not, then he can't kill me next turn, right?
That's true.
1,
That's 2.
2,
That's
3.
1. That's 1. That's 1.
enough?
Is that enough? Is that the math?
I think that is... Because how many is on Law?
1, 2, 3,
4.
4. Oh, no,
Yeah, I
that
think
must have been
that's
it, yeah.
Woo! Nice! Well played! The starter deck Law, I love it.
The
that
starter
card
deck Law
is so strong.
Is really good. Wow, what a match. That was crazy.
Man.
So,
And again, we're seeing the power of 8-drop Kid, right? Like all throughout the day, we've been seeing how strong this card is. I mean, it's no shock to anybody, right? We all know 8-cost Kid is powerful, but again, it just proves itself time and time again to just be a formidable opponent.
for sure. Yeah, that was a crazy match. I'm going to try and see if I can get an interview with Valor J real quick, if you can entertain chat.
Of course. Chat, I hope you guys enjoyed the matches today. I think we've seen an amazing spread of decks. If we just talk about it, obviously, we're able to see some Luffy. We're able to see Blurple Croc. Of course, we just seen Doflamingo. We've seen Kid. We've seen Kaido. We've seen a bunch of decks today. Hopefully, you guys were thoroughly entertained. Hopefully, you guys might have learned something or maybe even seen some tech that you guys can yoink and steal for yourselves and all of those good things. I know both of us had an absolute blast casting it and watching it, so I hope that you guys in chat all enjoyed it as well. And again, I just want to say thank you to everybody that attended and played in the tournament, but then also all of you guys watching. Because again, it makes it more fun for us knowing that all of you guys here are also enjoying it as well.
For sure. So, Blackbeard, I do have a question for you.
Sure.
Do we want to watch some additional matches from other tables just to see if we can find an interesting matchup?
Yeah, sure. It's up to you.
Let's go take a look at a matchup that I'm kind of interested in.
Okay.
and that's going to be one featuring the Uta deck.
Okay, sounds good.
Skirmish 8.
Skirmish 8. Okay, let's take a look.
And then for everyone watching, we are going to be doing an interview, hopefully, with our championship winner, Valor J, in a bit. So please stay tuned for that.
So it is... Oh, we are seeing Bless the Pax here. He is a fellow content creator, and it looks like he's playing Kid. Very, very interesting, because I know last time when we were speaking, he was dabbling with Zoro, but it looks like he has switched over to Kid, and of course, it looks like an 8-drop Kid is also on the board in this game as well.
Yeah, also a very intimidating thing, but one of the reasons I wanted to choose this match is because Luna Wolf, also a Twitch streamer, but also a friend of the channel, playing the spicy Uta, taking a chance here just to see what happens. And so I'm curious to see how Uta can do against what is considered to be pretty much the top meta deck, if not, one of top 3 for sure.
Yeah, and just taking a look, definitely having the life lead, right? 4 life to 2, but then also that Otama having a whole bunch of Dawn attached to it from the previous swing.
That is kind of crazy that Otama is attacking. And yeah, for everyone who is finishing up their matches and hopping into stream, for those who are able to hang out, thank you for watching. And for those who have to bounce, thank you for playing. Glad that y'all had a good time. And yeah, for everyone who's watching, we are definitely going to be running more events in the future, whether it's for boxes, or whether it's for additional things, right? I think there's a couple of fun events that I can think of that would be pretty cool. But yeah, just gonna wait for rounds and then do our interview and then kind of close out from there.
Sounds good.
But yeah, so trying to take a look at here, looks like green is going to be swinging that Izo into the Otama. Pretty easy hit considering the Otama is at 0.
Yeah. And now that card, Jellyfish Pirates, I'm not going to lie, I have no clue what its stats are. It looks like 3,000, so I'd assume it's maybe like 4,000 power, 5,000 power.
I think because it's a vanilla, it's probably 3 cost 5k.
That would make sense.
Kid does put down blocker law. Going to shambles back the Izo. That way it is protected. And then replay Izo.
Okay, so I'm guessing he's going to look to rest the Chopper and then KO Chopper? I would assume.
Potentially.
Oh, rest
is
the
going
Jellyfish,
to,
guys.
And it is a 3 cost 5k. So potentially looking to knock that out. Maybe with a double swing from Kid?
That is a good point. Obviously still has his 8-drop kit on board as well. So, yep, gets the blocker. And so 2 Dawn going onto Izo, and Izo now attacking Jellyfish. Jellyfish gets KO'd. And just like that, board is completely wiped. Still has 8 cost kid. 8 cost kid swings. Trashing 1. Oh, plays, not trashing 1, sorry. Plays the Sachi. So he has an extra blocker on board. And just the Chopper. So I'm not too sure, but I think, does Luna Wolf only have 1 card in hand, or is there more cards? I'm not too sure.
Can't really tell. I'm not sure where the hand is.
Oh my gosh.
This is the buffest you've ever seen. We're swinging.
Yeah, we're swinging, and Sachi just gets KO'd. So pretty good card to play off from the Useless Kid ability. Able to get Sachi out for free, and then immediately gets value blocking with it. Gonna be able to refresh and draw 1 here.
Yeah, if I had to guess based on the life state right now, I feel like Uta was very aggressive in the early state, but probably has run out of gas.
Yes.
Which is why we see the stack that we see of, what's that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, like 8 Dawn onto, but did leave two Dawn up, so definitely an interesting play here. Potentially a counter. The kid does swing into Uta though. Does take the life, no block.
Yep.
Although.
So now that whittles down to 3.
Yep. And yeah, Luna Wolf might have been playing with no cards in hand.
Yeah, so if that's the only card, then I would assume we would see an Izo swing potentially next.
Separating out the Dawn in order to see what's available. And yeah, gonna attach 2 onto Izo, swing for a natural 5k, I believe, because Izo is 3?
I believe so, yes, I believe that would make it 5.
We'll see what Luna Wolf does here. Could potentially block or take the life.
So that's a block.
Yeah, and this is the thing too, is like, especially if you have no cards in hand, you know, do you debate whether to, you know, get life cards into your hand so that you can have a little bit more steam, or not? But it's going to be an uphill battle considering the 8-cost kid still is on the board.
Yeah.
And that looks like to be a counter, so that was the only card in hand.
Yeah, so Beppo is now out of hand. Going to be attacking. Gets another life.
Yeah, to be honest, I think Uta's on the back foot, and I think this is really one of the sort of issues with Uta is that,
Yeah.
I mean, a vanilla support leader is tough unless there's some really great vanillas. And you know, the Uta promo packs did give us that, but it's an uphill battle without the proper support.
I completely agree. And so just like that, the life lead is diminished, and now, of course, Uta now having more cards in hand, gonna be able to play something next turn, but will it be enough? Because, again, we just mentioned there's still the 8-cost kid plus a Trafalgar Law standing in front of him.
Yeah, and depending on, you know, potentially what is in their build, could see maybe a Shanks, right, to get some aggression, but you need to do a lot. Still have Blocker Law, so yeah, unfortunately, I think this might be...
Yeah, because if it is a Shanks, then it's just pretty much an auto lose, because even if that's the case, then you could just block with the Trafalgar Law, and then you still have 3 swings, and the Uta player would only have 1 Dawn open, so... Instead we see Yasop here.
Which, honestly, like in most scenarios, pretty good card. You know, 6 cost, 8k, counter +1.
Yeah.
I think definitely a pretty interesting tech to put in a red deck. Like if you wanted to put that into Zoro or
Luffy, yeah.
Luffy. Just because, I mean, counter potential, great. 8k natural attacker into 8-cost kid. So it could be a spicy tech if you want to get a little crazy at your treasure cup.
So here we go. Turn passes back over. So I guess now we will see how he decides to go for a game. I guess he's going to go wide here.
Pre-attaching all the Dawn.
Yeah, I guess scared of a potential Red Hawk, right?
Right.
With 2 Dawn left open, could get Red Hawk. Doesn't want to get killed. Yeah. So getting the Sunikun out of hand to counter. Other Izo attacks can get the last card out of hand. And then, yeah, I think that would be the game. Because that kid can still double swing.
Yeah, can double swing for a lot. So we are going to see the Red Hawk defend. And no viable target, really, for the secondary ability.
Yep. And so really good call attaching the Dawn there early. And so now Blocker Law attacks, gets the last life.
No counters in hand, right? So, and do we see it?
The game.
Yeah. All right.
All right. GG.
GG's to both, you know, fantastic content creators, whether you're on YouTube, whether you're on Twitch, you know. Go check them out. Links will be, you know, if you're in our Discord, we do have social media links, but also Blessed Packs is on YouTube under @BlessedPacks. Thank you, YouTube, for giving us those @ symbols.
Right? Honestly, amazing.
All right, so I did hear from Valor J. He is available, so let me just give him a message real quick. All gonna meet in the lobby.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, hello.
Hello.
How's it going?
Went well, pretty well, I guess.
Sure. Give me 1 second. I'm just gonna set up the voice chat real quick so that we can
Alright.
catch you on our interview screen.
Sure.
Yeah, there's a lot of just messing around with my OBS right now, so bear with me.
No problem. Should I share screen or something like this?
Oh, you don't have to.
Okay.
This is perfect, actually. Unless you want to, but right now I see your icon.
No, my icon is fine then.
Awesome. Perfect. So, Valor J, I gotta say, because that was the final round, first of all, congratulations, because with that victory, you are the champion of the other tournament. How's it feel?
Thank you very much. Feels very good. Winning tournaments always feels very good. So
Yeah, for sure. Talk to us about that last game that you played, right? What were kind of the emotions that you're feeling in as you were going through it? Obviously, Blue Dofi, and he kind of had you on the back foot for a little bit, got you down to low life fairly quickly. Want to just, talk about what you were thinking, what you were hoping to see, and if you were nervous at all.
so far, I got a lot of practice with lore. So I played a lot of locals and been winning a lot. So, and blue is the matchup I'm always happy to see. So I basically never have lost to blue before, and at the turn, all came down to my starting hand.
Yeah.
I kept my hand because I had Nico Robin and Otama in my hand, and because he played on the draw, I was thinking he was just playing his first card just for four Don on his second turn, so I can just Otama and kill him.
Yep.
But he didn't bounce it back. It went back and forth. That's why I lost some life, but never felt out of control. So I took the life. I knew what was going to happen, and the best card in the matchup is the 8-drop kit. I had it, played it with 9 Dawn, and then it was basically over.
Yeah, and that was something that we were discussing on stream, was that again, once that 8-cost kit comes out, plus you have a blocker on board, what can blue really do, right? If they don't already preemptively have that Mihawk on board or another big body on board, you're always going to be in control of the matchup. So I guess one thing that I want to ask you, Valor J, is I really like the addition of the starter deck Law. I see a lot of people starting to tech that in. Even myself, I've been grinding some games with Law, and I find myself playing that card. What are your thoughts on it, and what do you feel for Law in general in terms of ratios? Because I know some people decide to play the 8-cost kid. Do you feel like that's a must in order to round out your matchups when piloting Law, or do you think there's versions that can get away without playing it?
Sure, you can get away without playing it. I like to have the option to find it because it wins games on its own. And at first, when I started playing One Piece, I had 3 in my deck because it was so good. And then you just trim down because the Law deck is that much consistent that you find all the pieces that you want in the right matchup with Bonnie and Nami. So that having one just makes a difference because you win matchups against blue or against green. Because they can't really handle it.
Right.
Against red is a totally different story, and against purple. But if you have half of all the available deck colors already beaten with that card, why not play minimum of 1?
So that's good. And so, like, obviously, I'm assuming you, like, I don't know what you're gonna play at Treasure Cup, so of course I don't want you to have to like expose all of your secrets. But in Law, do you think that it's best to run would you say 2 to 3 copies in? Because like for me, I kind of feel like 2 is a nice sweet spot. But I'm curious what your thoughts are for Law.
For the 5-drop Law, right?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I said Law. I meant the 8-drop kid. Sorry.
For 8-drop kit. For me, in my experience, if you have 2 in hand, it's horrible. It's like you want all your cards to do something, and if you play one, and the one guy wins on its own,
Right.
you don't need the second one. If your first guy dies, you're probably in a losing position, and the second one maybe sometimes can win 1 out of 10 games again. But if the first guy doesn't matter because it's just an investment to just tap 8 Dawn, play him, and then try to protect him.
Yeah.
And if the first one dies, the second one will just die as well. So that's why I think it's not worth it to play more, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, I think that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I think that makes a ton of sense, and I mean, I think that's really where, you know, getting to practice and getting a feel for the game comes into handy, because you have that experience of like, yeah, this many, you know, 8-cost kids, too bricky, don't see it enough, etc., etc. But to go back sort of to what you were saying before about, like, you know, starter kit and some of the other choices that you made in this in your deck building, being able to handle most of the meta. I wanted to kind of go back throughout this whole entire tournament for a day and talk through a little bit. Not, you don't have to go into too much detail, but what decks did you encounter, and how did you sort of handle each round?
The first round I played against blue, purple, crocodile. In my opinion, this deck is kind of unexplored and not so powerful, because it's I think I consider blue and purple the two weaker colors, and the combination of two doesn't solve the problems these two colors have. So we always joke around at locals that purple Kaido just loses, but loses slowly because of all the events.
Very defensive.
Yeah, exactly. Then I played again a mirror match. Mirror match is always the coin flip, who got all the Namis, who can swing the board, and in the end, who got the 5-drop Luffy, so that got unblockable, to just win the game in the end. And then I played against a Luffy deck, a red Luffy deck. It's just having the red block at the right moment, and then just always have in hand the counter for just one Shanks attack or one Diable Jambe attack. If you have that in the end, then you're winning. Then I played against Kaido. Kaido is the toughest matchup in my opinion, and the swingiest. The die roll matters a lot. If you win the die roll, you're ahead on board, because if they have Onigashima, they have to play it, and I get a second attack with my Zoro in if I play it on 3. That's kind of huge. If they don't have Onigashima, it's a whole different game we saw on stream probably. Earlier. If they have it later, it's still fine, but not the same impact as when you have it like on the second turn.
For sure.
And now the final match to the blue player is, as I said, I hope to play against all the blue players also in the Treasure Cup. So.
For sure. Blackbeard, was there any other questions that you wanted to ask?
Yeah, I guess I just wanted to ask in terms of more technical side for Red Green Law, anybody that's looking to pick them up.
Yes.
How do you, in your opinion, what are your thoughts in terms of the number of green to red, right? Obviously, it's very important because you want to be able to have access to room shambles and play the various cards, whether you're bringing out your Law or you're bringing out your Rush Luffy. Do you feel like there's a solid number or range to play around, like a certain amount, like maybe whether it's like 21 red and like 17 green, or do you kind of just pick whatever's best that you feel and then play around those colors in general?
It depends on what your general build of Law is. You can have it. I play the Supernova Straw Hat build, but you can also play a Wano build, for example, or have some other kinds of opinions on. I saw a deck with more rush oriented, more mid range oriented. You can play a lot of different cards. For me, in my version, it's personally the red cards are the enablers most of the time, and the green cards are the payoff. So like the payoff and the 5-drop Law, playing them for cheap because they have the most impact and more and cheat the most done out of the board.
Right.
That's why I don't say there's any particular number. I just even it out. I don't think it's that fine to even. It's fine to even it out, but I think you have more red, because red are the better early cards or the better counter cards in general, and then have a good amount of payoff in green. I mean, I play, for example, have 4 killer, the blocker killer. I added them before the tournament, to have more green cards.
Mhm.
And it's also an extender card that I can play in the mid game and love to play on the mid game. Put the Don down, draw a card, and go to my next turn. Before I played the Gordon, the 2K counter Gordon, and it was always a tough decision because my hand was always counter cards. I was happy with having counter cards. Playing him gave me a random card, and then it doesn't do much on the board. And Killer just gotta be a green card to bounce my good red cards back to my hand in form of Nami or Brook to have counter power and then have a good card on the battlefield that draws me a card.
Very
Yeah,
awesome.
that makes sense.
So I did want to ask one or two quick questions. So the first one, was it that flexibility in Law that attracted you to him, in terms of like wanting to build around him, and if so, or essentially, why did you pick Law as your deck of choice?
I played a lot of different card games before. I was successful in Magic. I played a lot of Flesh and Blood, and my style is the kind of mid-rangey play style, and the One Piece card style fits them perfectly. Just having creature combat, as character combat, planning ahead and stuff. That's what me attracted to One Piece. And I always like to play unfair or have unfair mechanics, and playing for just 2 Don, a 5-drop that also can cheat on 2 Don if you bounce a 1-drop and can play a 3-drop seemed kind of unfair to me. And also I have a lot of decisions with Law that I can manipulate, so that was the natural choice for me. Also red and green are, in my opinion, so far the best colors. Playing the best colors, having all the access to all the good cards was a natural draw to Law to me.
Yeah, for sure. And then the last one I want to ask you is, and maybe this is a little bit future looking, but thinking to OP02, what deck are you going to be most interested in building first?
So for OP02, I have to be honest, I haven't really looking at OP02 because I focus on the Treasure Cup coming up.
That makes sense.
And I don't really want... I saw some cards, I looked at Law cards.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I did. Dadan, for example, is the natural inclusion in Law. Other than that, there is the Whitebeard card that's kind of similar to Nico Robin that destroys on play. And much more, I don't know.
Yeah, for sure.
I saw some leader. I kind of like Whitebeard, for example.
Yeah, no, I think there's some fun stuff in OP02, but obviously we haven't even hit the Treasure Cup. I'm kind of the same way, where because of the major tournament coming up, want to focus in on that. So that makes a ton of sense. But Valor J, thank you so much once again for participating in this. I'm going to DM you to make sure that we have your information so that you can get your sealed OP01 booster box. Which is, are you hoping to opening it, keep it for other reasons? Like, what do you plan on doing with the box, out of curiosity?
Probably opening it, just for fun. I have all my OP01 set, but just for the funsies, probably. That's what I'm drawing to. Yeah.
For sure. Let me know. Post it like either on Twitter or in the Discord what you pull from it, because I'm super excited. And once again, congratulations on winning the tournament. And thank you for participating.
Thank you for organizing. Thank you very much.
All right. Have a good rest of your day.
Yeah, thank you. You too. Bye bye.
Take it easy. Bye.
All right. And there we have it.
What an event.
What an event. Q, are you in here? Q?
Hey, what's poppin'?
Hello. All right.
Hello.
So, I saw the notification. The tournament is officially over. Everything is done. So, Q, if you can, and I did not prepare a screen that can show this properly, but can you run down who was top 4?
I absolutely can. Also, Alex, if you're listening, you just got edged out.
Ooh, Alex. Yeah, we both know Alex in person.
So, first place, of course, Valor J. Second place, Fullbringer DC. Third place, Kostov. And fourth place, Emodist.
Ooh,
Nice.
Now, everybody did an incredible job. Getting to talk to all all the players. It was fantastic. It was such a fun event to put on, and I'm so glad everybody had such a good time with the event.
Yeah, no, I think this was a really great event. And first of all, I do want to thank once again Q for really helping out. Q, if you don't know, he's my mod for not only the stream but the Discord. He also streams on Twitch himself. Q's Mod Shop. Please check him out. I don't have the link on hand with me, but Q, if you can, please just put it into the Discord, or not the Discord, the chat, please. Check it out. And he's awesome. Really love him. And he just absolutely carried me on his back when it came to running this tournament. Set up all the tables in the voice channels, organized the whole thing, did tech support this morning to make sure that people whose first time doing a webcam Discord tourney were able to set up their setup properly. So this man be putting in work. So please, everyone, hype in chat for Q from Q's Mod Shop, please. Thank you. Q, thank you, man.
Hey, no problem. I do appreciate the kind words. It was fun putting it on. I had a hoot and a holler.
For sure. And once again, also please give a round of applause for Blackbeard TCG for joining me on the co-cast, the co-commentating. I thought it was a really fun event, and it was great to hear your insight because you are just so knowledgeable of the game of Dofi, which we saw a lot of, and just understand mechanics so well. So Blackbeard, thank you so much for joining me, man.
Yeah, no worries. Anytime. Like I said, when you first made the video and everything like that, I was like, oh man, it would be so much fun to be able to hop on the mic with you. And I had an absolute blast. And so I want to say thanks to both of you for putting this on and even giving myself the opportunity to even be here with you guys, right? I had a ton of fun and the matches were great. And I think that it's something that's amazing for the community, right? Obviously, whether it's my community, whether it's your community, just people coming together from all around the world being able to play this card game that we all love is just absolutely amazing. And I'm just so happy to be a part of it.
For sure. No, this was really fun. And for me, I'm so glad to hear, there were people in the tournament chat saying, thank you and had a really great time. And that was honestly, the biggest thing that I was looking to do, right? Because, this was all put together because of you, because of the support that you've, put through you as a community, right? For content creators such as myself, Blackbeard TCG, Q's Mod Shop, and all the other content creators that you support on YouTube. There's a growing community out there, right? That's putting out some fantastic work. Some new creators, some old creators coming into the game. It's been really fun to see everyone kind of come together and join and enjoy One Piece. So this has been amazing, and hopefully we're able to do more events like this, whether it's big box tournaments or even smaller events where we just kind of get to hang out and maybe play a little bit of jank, maybe see some King every now and then.
Hey, come on now.
Would be, oh yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that King is jank, but
come on now, it had its own tier in your tier list.
That's true. But anyway, just to wrap it out, if you want to, feel free to join our Discord so that when the next sort of event happens. Might not do as many videos and might just be more of a sort of a community Discord thing. Please check out Blackbeard TCG, amazing content creator at, I believe, 1.6K last time I checked. So guys, nice. Get him up to 2K. Get him there.
I appreciate it. Hopefully one day I'll get there, slowly but surely.
For sure. And then once again, thank you to Q from Q's Mod Shop. Honestly, the best living embodiment of a Tamagotchi in the world.
Thank you.
All right, and thank you again for watching. Really appreciate it. And captains, remember, build what you like, play what you love, and I'll catch you in the next video. Have a good one, everyone.